Hello guys and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season finals. This is day number 2. And of course we're getting ready to hop into all the insanity that these teams will have in store for us. My name's DK. I'm joined by none other than Sproxy. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I am doing so good because yesterday was such a massive step up from these teams, and we were talking about it a little bit off camera. The fact is
Mm.
that we might be seeing every single one of these teams break the statistical chain that we've seen in previous seasons. We normally don't really expect all of the teams to step up with any sort of consistency in day number 1, but yet here we are, DK. The stats don't lie.
Yes, the stats don't lie, but of course, what also doesn't lie is when we take a look at the format to remind our viewers that might be new here, just to show them what the process is. Of course, we've already worked our way through that league stage. It is finals. The top 16 teams have made it to here. We started off with 20. They played through 3 weeks of grueling action to now make it to here, where we hop into 6 matches a day to determine who will be our teams to move through to the PMPL Regional Championships. And of course, they are going to be facing off against the teams coming through from PMPL Arabia. So there's going to be quite the hot and heated opportunity around the corner for whoever makes it through to the next stage.
Absolutely, and just based on yesterday's day of play, I mean, we obviously brought in those bonus points, starting with yesterday's beginning stressful day, and the teams just they relished in the opportunity and the challenge to be able to bring through a consistency we haven't been able to see from them because
Mm.
we've cut out all of those those crazy super weekends, of course, but also the fact that there's no groups anymore today. This weekend there's no more crazy map shuffles every single day. It is the same maps, it's the same teams, so because they have the exact same of lay of the land, they can bring in the consistency that we haven't yet been able to see from any of these
Mm.
teams in this league. And of course, because it's finals, right, they have to put through their best possible performances.
Yeah, and as we saw already, the team's looking to crack that one wide open with their pushes coming in just yesterday. But of course, aside from the slots moving through into the regional championship, the teams are also playing for their share of the prize pool. As we know, going through the league stage, all the teams essentially getting awarded exactly the same share of that. But once you make it into the finals, which is where we are right now, that there's a little bit more of a drastic breakdown, right? All the way
Mm.
from first place down into that top 3. That is where you get the biggest share, the biggest chunk of that $60,000 prize pool. But then it trickles all the way down, making its way towards 16th position. And that, regardless of the amount, is still a nice addition to add on to what they've already been able to lock in from their performances within the league stage itself.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that guaranteed $1,300, and of course, potentially guaranteed for Kendi rewards, because we know all the teams had those opportunities to get a little bit of the share of the challenges in those 3 phases. That is now done and dusted. So, the only thing left to divvy up is, of course, the MVP award and the top 16 additional bonuses that these teams are going to be fighting for. So, again, every single match, every single opportunity can get you that much closer to that podium slot, to those biggest shares of the prize pool, because there's a massive difference between first place and 16th place.
Mm. Yeah, there's a slight little bit of a difference. I mean, math, what's that? It's yeah, of course, obviously there's a quite a vast difference between those two positions. But as we know, right, the teams have been working absolutely relentlessly. We've been seeing them trying out um a little bit of a counter approach to really combat the opposing teams, really trying to bring in as many upsets and shakeups as they can find, and that has of course resulted in our top 16 teams making it into the finals. So let's take a quick look at those 16 teams, just to remind the viewers who they are. And of course, without any further delay, let's take a look right at that.
I mean, these top 16 teams, they have been the definition of consistency coming through from the league stages. Of course, we had the likes of Titan and Triple topping the charts throughout the weeks. We had Titan actually coming through with only 1 point away from the maximum allotted bonus points.
Mm.
So that is firstly a first in PMPL Africa. We haven't had anyone do any sort of back-to-back domination, so it's already such a good start for Titans to bring in
Mm.
that sort of energy into the finals. We also had a beautiful performance coming through from RUKH Esports and Black Hand. I would add in CRYPTICS in that one, as well as GREEDYFORKILLS. I mean, these are some of the teams that we really look at as our top a lot of teams that came into the best points, they came into the best numbers. But now, when we start finals, I mean, we're talking about the likes of the World of Battle. We're talking about the likes of Blackjack Esports. We're talking about VISTA Gaming, who had no business winning anything yesterday in that game on Erangel, but somehow, some way, they turned in the worst possible situation into a winner-winner chicken dinner. So everyone collectively in this top 16 for the finals has stepped up beautifully, and they all deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, you only get here by hard work, and the teams have shown quite a bit of that, just working through so many hurdles to secure themselves a good position, making it all the way towards here. So, you know, the teams can be super satisfied and super happy with the overall performances, and we look forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing out onto that battlefield as we continue with the push right here on day number 2. But of course, this is also a great opportunity for us to remind our viewers that the new RP for month 21 is still available. So be sure to check out the video to see the highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and of course the Graham High set. So let's take a look. Some pretty exciting skins coming through on that one. Of course, that is available in the new Royal Pass for month 21. But as we know, we also then have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Now that we've, settled a few of the monstrous things that we need to get out of the way, this is where we also get a bit of an opportunity to take a look at what the teams have been doing in the past day. The first day of the finals, we saw some phenomenal performances come in. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is the play that we had come through from Triple Esports, right? Stepping up with a super insane amount of consistency, establishing a top 5 in every single map, and of course, closing off the day with 41 eliminations and 41 placement points.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at yesterday's performance from Triple Esports, the lowest, if you can call it that, placement that they had in terms of points in yesterday's games was 4. That was the lowest that they dropped yesterday. So securing just at least at the minimum that top 4 placement in every single match, I mean, that's honestly unheard of. That's a new level of consistency that Triple Esports have brought in. So for the fans of Triple Esports, they must be absolutely salivating at this weekend's worth of finals. But of course, we know Triple Esports is not the only team that's bringing in some interesting energy. GREEDYFORKILLS, I mean, yesterday we completely saw them change up their usual strategy, their usual style, whatever you want to call it. You know, bringing in the fire straight from match number 1 to 2, and then it fell down a little bit towards the end, which is very uncharacteristic, I would say, of GREEDYFORKILLS. We normally see them as those teams in the last few maps of the day to pick up the pacing. So there's been already a few adjustments. The World of Battle as well, one of the teams finding themselves in the top 4 just in terms of eliminations, tied with the likes of Black Hand, which is not something we would have expected coming through into the finals. Again, we had our idea for those top 6 teams that are, sort of consistent, sort of the teams that were making the most noise in the league phase, but come the finals, that's completely changed.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams are really looking to break the mold, or that association they had coming through from the league stage itself. And I mean, we've seen some phenomenal pushes come in. CRYPTICS, one of the teams that I still want to see that extra little bit of spice come through from. I mean, it was so satisfying seeing the World of Battle stepping up with, just such a phenomenal play that they've had. But CRYPTICS, we want to see that now. They still have today and tomorrow to push through. There's still 12 more matches for them to try and lock in all those additional changes and advances that they could bring on through. But let's take a look at that second page to see what the second half then looks like. Of course, this is where we find the players there from Wave Esports. Only 2 points behind CRYPTICS. So there's still going to be a great opportunity for, I mean, even all the way to 12th place for the teams to make that upset, to push over in towards that first page. And they could easily accomplish that today.
Yeah, and generally this is where we start to see the shift. Day number 2 of the finals is always a little wild, a little crazy. We think we come into this day with the predictions, at least in previous seasons, that's how the trend has been going. But since we've already had teams breaking that statistical trend on day number 1, again, DK, like we can't do any of these predictions anymore because anything we thought we knew has been thrown out the window. So I really do expect that we're going to be seeing everyone stepping up, including the teams on the second half of the overall rankings,
Mm,
because this is the opportunity for them to at least catch up, close that
mm,
gap, and just stay in the running. Because as soon as they fall behind to a certain degree, it becomes almost nearly impossible to
mm.
try and grab and gravitate towards the top slots in that last day when that gap is so proficient. And with the bonus points on top of it, it makes it so much harder.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I definitely want to see, especially looking at the teams on that second page, I want to see TEAMLAG step it up today, right? Yesterday, they weren't able to find a single placement point. All the points that they secured yesterday was purely based off aggression. So that I want to see a little bit more of a tactful approach from their side, right? Really being able to make it up into that ninth position and higher in those zones, securing a lot more longevity throughout their performances. So I'm going to be curious to see whether or not that is going to be the situation comes through. But of course, we'd also love to hear what our viewers' viewpoint is on what these teams have been doing so far and what you are looking to see from your favorite teams. Be sure to hit us up on social media. You can let us know everything, right, that you think about what your favorite team has been doing so far and where you would like to see them go. Also, you could even drop us your prediction, and in case you forgot, you can add in the hashtag there, right? So PMPL Africa, and you can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. So give us your predictions, tell us what your thoughts are, and what you've been liking so far about this season of PMPL Africa.
Absolutely. So that hashtag PMPL Africa just also makes it a lot easier for us to find the posts and potentially interact with them. So already seen some interesting moments so far. We've seen some fun highlights. We had a few self-nade situations at the end of yesterday. So if you find any of those funny moments, also please let us know because I want to see them. I want to relish in those funny moments that we might have missed. And again, just the fact that we've had so many highlight situations. Again, I'm going to go back
Mm.
to Vista Gaming. Woulda got a woulda chicken dinner on Erangel that really just had no business doing any of that. The vehicle changes that we've had, the aggression coming through from the teams, it's been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, they've also been able to secure a very decent average based on their performances yesterday. So, as we know, across the 6 matches, they sit with an average of about 4 eliminations per game. So, I want to see if that is going to be the trend that they're coming in here with today, or are they going to look to improve that, right? Take it beyond, maybe push for 6, maybe push for 7, because there are some pretty tough contenders sitting right there alongside them, like the World of Battle and Blackhand. Both of those teams are sitting on an average of 4.2 eliminations per match, so it doesn't seem like much, but that, at the end of the day, it does really start to stack up, and you can see teams starting to create a little bit more of an opening, right? Just getting themselves that extra little tad further and further ahead.
Yeah, this is what we love to see. The fact that we already in the first day, again, this is with bonus points as we mentioned as well, but we had 4 teams gravitating towards triple digits in one a day of play. It is 6 matches, which we have to think about as well,
Mm,
but just the starting that these teams have brought themselves into, that's off of the hard work that they put into those league phases. So it gives them a little bit of that safety net. It gives them that little bit of an opportunity to just tiny bit relax into
mm.
this finals because they have that head start, because they have that momentum. So if things don't necessarily go to according to plan, then that's all right. I mean, for Titans, we know they came in with the most amount of bonus points yesterday, and they were pretty quiet for map number
Mm.
1 and map number 2. Whether that was because they were sussing out the competition, maybe getting a little bit more warmed up, understanding what the field of view is that they're busy working with. Come game number 3, number 4, that's where they stepped up, and it wasn't even as massively consistent as Triple Esports, yet they still find themselves in the top 2 based off of those bonus points, based off of their previous hard work.
Yeah, no, there's no arguing that fact, and I mean, at this point, moving into the finals, this is where consistency is going to be of the utmost importance for the teams to succeed. And it's no surprise, really, looking at what the teams have been doing coming through from the league stage. As we, the players Triple Esports, they were able to secure themselves 10 winner-winner chicken dinners. Greedy also picking up 10 winner-winner chicken dinners, but they're still sitting a little bit further down the board and not it really being able to climb up. This is what we're going to be looking at today because Greedy, the Wall of Battle, only currently separated by 1 point. That's it. 1 point separating these two teams. I want to see who's going to be the one to rise up and maybe move further, climb into that top 3 because as we know, there's also a bigger share of the prize pool sitting within that top 3 slots.
Absolutely. So, with the prize pool, with the opportunities into the PMPL regionals that are coming through as well, these teams have to gun for the top slots. So, every single match, every single opportunity, they need to make it count. And with the map rotation that we have at hand, right, with that double dose of every single one of the maps, it really gives them so many opportunities to just rework things as we go from map to the map to map. Because if you wait an entire day to fix a mistake, that's 6 matches. 6 matches
Yeah.
that you're giving up to the rest of the teams to run away with you in terms of points. It's not going to be good enough. So teams have to adapt from map to map. I mean, we give them only a couple of seconds in between each map to sort of get their head around what they're going to be doing and maybe what they're going to be changing. This is the fun bit. Again, the gauntlet that these teams have to run through. It's like no other.
Of course, as we know, we are going to be taking a little bit of a shuffle through our maps as well, right? So we are going to be starting off the day over on Miramar. Let's take a look at what exactly that map rotation is going to be in case we're not quite sure, right? So it's going to be Miramar, then followed up by Sanhok and Erangel, and then it's going to be a copy, paste, rinse, repeat. Starting right at the front again, moving all the way through. And as you said already, this gives the teams the opportunity to try and build up a little bit of that momentum. See whatever might have not really clicked into place on the first run, and then bring in that adjustment, that improvement, and just blow us away with their performance once we make it back again, full circle.
Yeah, exactly that, and the fact that we have the same map rotation every single day, so it's that consistency that we give them, that equal playing field that we give them, that allows them to bring through their best performances. Because in the league stages, you had group shuffling, you had map shuffling, you had, from day to day, you don't know whether or not you were going to have your Sanhok dosage, your Erangel dosage, your Miramar dosage. So it was very difficult to plan or to adjust accordingly. And now coming back through into the finals, well, we know you go from having only 4 chances to having 6 chances. You go from having, only maybe 1 or 2 doses of a single map to each single map having a double dosage. So this at least allows them to cut down the RNG. Again, we still have zones and flight paths, and we know they've also still been bringing in the chaos. We yesterday had some wonderful, wonderful zones these teams had to deal with. We had the north side of Erangel, which we never really get to see. We had the southern portion of Miramar, which also haven't really been able to see in other seasons, but in PMPL Africa, for some reason, for whichever other way, Miramar and water zones seems to be what we get here.
Yeah, I mean, it's glorious to have these little bit of unique plays coming through. And of course, it is going to be quite surprising for the teams to work their way through that. But I think it just adds to the level of excitement that these teams are going to be working through. Because coming from League, and we were talking about this yesterday, right? The teams were used to playing their 4 matches, potentially a 5th one if they made it through to that final match on the Sunday. But coming into this now, we are playing 6 matches. There's no break. It's just push, 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 right? And this is what tests these teams. Aside from them showing their capabilities as, their performance and their knowledge of the map out on the battlefield, it also puts a little bit of focus on that mental fortitude, right? Are they able to maintain their focus for the full duration? I mean, even us, we're struggling. We're sitting here and we're talking about what's happening. So you can already imagine what these teams are having to go through and the level of focus it requires to just maintain that level of gameplay.
Yeah, it's good to see. We mentioned it briefly towards the end of yesterday. For us at least, I don't have to think much. I don't need to use my brain much. But the players, they need to think a lot. They need to work on the strategy. They have to adapt match back to match, and that constantly provides that mental strain over and above that you're playing. Like what is it, like 4 or 5 hours of PUBG Mobile? That's a lot of game time to put in. When it's so stressful, when it's so high stakes, if we can call it that. And each game has been going through to nearly that final phase. We haven't been seeing earlier finishes of
Yeah, but it just shows you how determined these teams are to push all the way through and just try and close it up. Of course, we do have a few gremlins that we are fighting with as well. That's why you're only looking at my lovely face right now. But as we know, we are drawing closer and closer to hopping into our very first match. We are going to be, of course, as we saw, making our way over into Miramar. And I think the interesting part about this is going to be to see what the flight path and the zone is going to bring through. As yesterday we saw so many different versions of what the flight path could bring, also coupled with those zones. But today, I don't know if I want to see a nice, comfortable zone. Maybe I want to see a little bit more of a challenging one, right? We had that in day one. Day two, we want to work these teams, right? We want to see them earn those slots.
Yeah, give these teams a good bit of challenge and a different challenge, I would say. Like we said, on Miramar, we've had the southern zones, we have a lot of the eastern zones, and even just one or two western zones that have provided these teams some interesting challenges. We haven't given much love to the northern side of Miramar, so that would be a bit of a change up for these teams in terms of what could be a challenging zone, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm not going to say no to that because I definitely think a northern zone would add in quite a nice bit of a surprise as to these teams really getting accustomed to those western, eastern, and southern zones. So adding that nice little bit of a sign order would be pretty nice to see. But of course, we are going to be making our way over on towards Miramar. In a short few moments, it does seem like the plane, yes, I can hear the engines. So it seems like everything should be fine. We are going to be moving across, looking at that flight path. So without any further delay, here we are. We are going to be moving in. And now we get to try and figure out where the flight path is before they show the map itself. It does seem like that's El Paso down below. Yes, okay, so we're starting. Here we go. Yes, we are going to be starting all the way up in the northwest, heading across towards Impala. So not the craziest flight path, but still going to be relatively decent. I mean, it will still allow very good access for a big majority of our teams.
Yeah, it's the tiniest little bit of stretch for the teams that go towards that southern portion, so they'll have maybe just a little bit of a longer flight path, maybe a little bit of a vehicle rotation if they want to get to those southern portions of Miramar. But ultimately, this is a good balance, I would say, giving every single team that good opportunity into this one. I mean, for the likes of Triple Esports, especially towards that eastern side, they have a nice easy drop. For any of the teams going towards Los Leones, like Blackjack and what we would have said Arab Golden, but okay, no. So they're going back to Los Leones today, at least. Yesterday they were giving us a little bit of a run for our money. So teams like Arab Golden, Blackjack, Esports, they're also going to have a nice, easy opportunity into Los Leones. So I'd say this is pretty balanced.
Yeah, it does seem pretty balanced, but of course the kicker is about to make itself known. Oh, it goes south. Falls right up into Los Leones. And this is going to be a glorious start, especially for Arab Golden, the players coming through from Blackjack, but of course Wave, not necessarily heading straight down in towards Los Leones, but it does seem like they are going to be settling for that eastern side, at least this time around. So a bit of an interesting setup that we've got going through right there. As we look across the board, I mean, Hand also taking a very wide approach, not going to be playing it all grouped up. Of course, the Titans, if you're trying to figure out where they are, they're over at the trailer park. That's the usual spot if the flight path allows it. If not up northwest, they also usually drop down in towards that Val del Mar. So curious to see what their rotation is going to be like. I mean, I'm expecting maybe from the north, right down that southern coast, right down to the southern coast, and just wrapping around, moving into, I think maybe close to Chumacero or somewhere around there.
That would be a little bit of a fun time. Again, we saw that southwestern portion of Miramar yesterday. A lot of early rotations as well for teams trying to get themselves set up into those mountainous regions of Minas del Val and Chumacera. That would be quite an interesting one, but especially if you just, pinpoint it straight towards that southern portion where we've got a lot of those dips and a good mix of terrain. So it's not just quite mountainous areas, not quite the sandy dunes. It's a bit of an ebb and flow, which is also nice and fun for these teams to deal with. Looking at some of the positions that we also have, of course, Los Leones, no surprise there to see it quite clustered, but these teams have done this almost every single match in the league phases, so not going to be really expecting a hot job just yet or any sort of early engagements. And to the rest of them, pretty decent.
Yep, pretty decent. I mean, that's what we will settle for right now, as the teams are looking to get themselves into the flow of things to get this party underway. An interesting place, though, is here with Greedy for Kills, all the way up in towards Monte Nuevo. I've not really seen them really play this position all too much. So it's going to be an interesting starting point for them to get themselves looted up and then start that progression, that move back in towards the zone. They do have a glorious anchor point as well, Rhino all the way up in towards power grid. So that will allow them quite a bit of flexibility with regards to rotations. But speaking about flexibility, Hazem also showing us a little bit of that flexibility as they can just vault out the window so effortlessly. But the main player on this team that we need to watch out for when it comes to compounds, buildings, and the likes is of course going to be Rauf, right? Especially when it comes to Sanhok. Rauf is quite a force to be reckoned with. So I want to see if we'll have another taste of that glorious Rauf action to come through. And then, of course, as we were talking about at CRYPTICS, we want to see what they are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Whether or not we'll have that return the glory of in the previous season finals.
Look, I, I again, in terms of the previous seasons, in terms of what we've seen in the league phases already, we've gone against everything that we've tried to set up so far. The only things that we haven't gone against is that Titans have picked up some good consistency moving into this one. But then again, on that same token, CRYPTICS is not joining them just yet in the same energy. For Triple Esports, you know, they brought in some fantastic domination in week number 1, but it was like 1 point ahead of Triple. It wasn't so vastly dominating, like a top 4 finish in every single match sort of dominating. And again, day number 1 has just thrown everything out of the window at this point. So predictions and in terms of the trend that we've seen in the I wouldn't be too upset if we see a complete change up into this one.
Yeah, I'm all for it, right? Prove us wrong. I'd love that. I'd love to see the teams bring in an absolutely surprising play, just you know, upsetting those leaderboards, and who knows, maybe stepping up to being the new, you know, the new champions coming through for this season of PMPL. I can tell you whichever way it goes, though, it's going to take a whole lot of hard work, as we can see those points currently sitting up at the top of the screen, and it's looking pretty vast, right? There's quite a few hurdles and hoops that the teams need to jump through to get themselves secured. But as we've seen, they've proven themselves very, very capable of achieving that. The only problem is they have very limited time to pull off these fancy maneuvers.
Yeah, limited time. We saw a lot of time limited engagements yesterday. Teams finding each other outside of the zone. Wave and CRYPTICS is one that comes to mind. CRYPTICS actually being punished for all of those time sensitive engagements yesterday, especially towards Sanhok. So there's a danger that comes in with every single one of these fights, but these teams can't say no to it because that is just the meta. That is the new trend that they have to work with. With the placements now being reduced, eliminations already just have been so impactful just into the previous seasons of PMPL Africa, now more so than ever before. So we need them to be aggressive. We need them to start fights, but they need to be strategic in where they are taking these engagements and exactly how they're executing them. And I mean, speaking of a little bit of that strategy action, teams still making those rotations on N. We got Blackhand that are a little bit slower than the rest, coming through from La Cobreria, and they're running a very interesting split DK. Every single one of the players are currently isolated.
Yeah, but they got their hands full, that's why. Right, so it makes perfect sense. But of course, now another team that are going to be having their hands full could be Virtual Gaming Squad, as they do find the Rauf right there. The rest of URUS now being a little bit more hesitant, not going to be rotating up, looking to meet the same fate as their teammate here. But One Shot also also playing a pretty bold position. As we know, Alpha Luigi not too far away, so they have that 2-2 split, right? It's going to be One Shot and Hulk right up on the front line, and then Alpha Luigi and their teammate just holding that alternate position. So I'm curious to see what Virtual Gaming are going to do with this position. Are they going to look to leverage it, or maybe fall back into those stronger numbers?
Look, I always would say I prefer these teams just grouping up, staying close and contentious. I mean, Petrox, again, out in the open. Yesterday, Petrox was the sort of anchor point for Wave Esports, finding those openers, staying alive, you know, snaking it up into the grasslands, and now once again, a little bit of a back and forth here with against the likes of Triple, which is, with the consistency they brought in yesterday, I wouldn't want to be that team trying to take on the likes of Triple.
I gotta say, we can definitely give Petrox an A for effort, right?
Oh, yes.
That is definitely, without a doubt, Petrox, in my books, deserves an A for effort because they've been putting in so much effort. We've seen that in almost every single map that they played just yesterday. And again, there could be another potential for that. But speaking about potential, that zone has moved up. Greedy and the World of Battle finding themselves in a little bit of a heated position down on the edge of zone. And this is where things are going to get super sweaty because we have limited space. We've only said goodbye to one player, so we still have 60 players and 16 teams who are yet to secure themselves a strong footing into this next zone.
Oh, it is a tough one, especially coming through from that southern portion of Miramar. We know there's quite a few more teams that do generally favor those southern portions. Triple Esports, Wave, Arab Gold, and Blackjack. Take your pick. Honestly, majority of them are in the south. So now, with the teams situated within these northern reaches of Power Grid and Graveyard, they have an opportunity to welcome these southern teams, potentially with a few packages of lead, and take some of those earlier eliminations. So Virtual Gaming already the only team up with an elimination thanks to that little engagement against URUS. But now we want to see who else might be able to pick up a little bit of something extra early on.
Yeah, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of spice, a little bit of everything nice. These were the ingredients. Never mind.
No,
As
please.
we now look on to see what
Copyright.
these are going to be doing, it's going to be Arab Golden just holding strong here. We've got RUKH. Ooh, running into a little bit of difficulty as Koa has sent in the lead. It's going to be Weiss and Ramsey now holding up on the ridge. But ooh, look at that. We've got Hulk and the rest of Virtual also just exploring these ridge lines, looking to see if they can maybe find a bit of an opportunity. And that is a very, I think, educated call being made here by URUS. Instead of pushing forward, trying to take on the altercation, they're just going to duck out of there and just get themselves into a little bit more of a favorable position. Because, I mean, fighting out in the open, it has its credits or its merits, but sometimes it's a little bit too risky.
A little bit too risky is going to be what we take a look at here. But the risk has paid off for some of these teams. We have seen a few of those crazy risky plays. I mean, Raad is one of those teams that come to mind that they just full-centered. They full-centered on the likes of Blackjack Esports yesterday. So I don't know, maybe there is something to say for a little bit of a risk on day number 2 might be what you want, especially the teams at the top. They've got the capacity to do that and still not be too badly punished for it. But I don't know, for the teams on the other side of the leaderboard, how much a risk they are willing to take is going to be completely and utterly up to them. You can see there's already that gap forming in these final rankings, so it's going to be a bit of a catch-22 situation. Zone, once again, heading up to that northern side. Well, yeah, the south, the east, the west, take your pick. It is going to get clustered.
Oh yes, it's going to be a cluster buster as the teams are going to be looking to roll on through. Virtual Gaming Squad still holding on to that 2-2 split. I mean, that's very bold to try at this stage, looking at the sheer number of teams we still have available. But if you look a little bit more towards the eastern side, up into Graveyard, it's going to be players here from VISTA, Triple, oh, as well as Lag. Now, trying to get into a little bit of action. But this would be, I want to see what Lag's going to do. They have a glorious opportunity here to not only secure themselves a few eliminations, but also to focus on that longevity. We want to see the placement points now being locked in for the side of Lag.
We need some consistency to move into this one, but again, Vista, we saw yesterday that how good they were at just snaking it up into the grasslands, but unfortunately, there's no grass to work on Miramar, so it's going to be a little bit tougher to make that one happen here. One knock already finding Triple Esports. Triple relegated now down to only one member standing, needing to get those reses in, and that's Vegeta, who is so far out of the open and now has to take a drive on up. This is going to be a very difficult rotation for them to take, DK, because they can't go down. If they do, that's going to be Triple and their record, or if you want to say their trend line, completely busted.
Yeah, I mean, like, so breaking a trend is only going to bother us OCD people, right? That's it. But if Triple were to have a tough run now, it's not going to be the end of the world, because they've already put in so much work yesterday trying to establish a very strong angle and strong position on those leaderboards that they can that it's okay, right? They are allowed one off game, but that's it. You can't afford more than that. And speaking about off, CRYPTICS have just been wiped off of the glorious Miramar here, as they've now run into a little bit of a brick wall. RUKH put a very abrupt stop to any potential plays, at least in this match for them. Speaking about stops, it's going to be MG and Arthur now looking to settle their differences here. The World of Battle, a very interesting play. One player super isolated from the rest of the crew. This is going to be a little bit troubling. Oh, look at the spray though.
Look, Arthur is doing the best that Arthur really can in this situation, but ultimately they're going up against a 1v4 situation. So the fact that they even got a knock in that, that little altercation is very good to see. But you can see Mohammed, Kron, the rest of the World of Battle completely isolated from, unfortunately, their teammate here. So relegated now down to 2, and they have bigger issues up ahead of them. Literally, Ultra Gaming above them. We've got Arab Golden right up ahead. So I don't think they'll be moving anytime soon. And at least the zone is going to give them that extra space to work with.
I think that the zone is going to allow a great potentiality to come through here. Of course, this is what I like about where we've moved in towards, because you get that ridge line just cutting through the center of the zone. That's going to allow quite a bit of that elevation to come into play here, as we do see the players from Black Hand, RUKH, Virtual, and of course Greedy already being situated there. The rest of the team's going to have their hands full trying to rotate in. But this is where we could see all of that capitalization are coming through. Meanwhile, the players from Titan finding themselves in a bit of a hot spot here. It's P6 getting knocked on down. I like the pressure that RUKH is applying to them. Again, we see a few bold moves being made. Bronsberg going to be holding up that front line. They don't have any reinforcement. Pusher much, much further back. And the rest of the team, Rami and Eugene, they've already rotated in towards the zone to set up that anchor point.
A little bit of interest coming through. Titans already peeking across, finding, or at least trying to find, a little bit of success over towards RUKH Esports. Blackhand with a beautiful spread. And what I like about Blackhand now is they have the perfect opportunity to completely shut down the rotation here of Titans. Already finding one, looking for the connection onto that other section of teams, because rotation is not going to be easy here for Titans.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, but with RUKH now down, that opens up the opportunity for the Titans to move up quite willingly. And it is going to be Koa now trying to suppress that play. They do make some really good connections there, but not sufficient to halter that rotation. Now comes RUKH, also going to be looking to tighten up that grip. But is it going to come through? As Titan, they know how to play in a very, very sticky situation. I mean, they are usually the team that places others in these sticky positions. So let's see how it's going to work now that they find themselves being caught in a bit of a sticky spot.
Well, the individuals of Titans are also just absolutely so prophetic in what they can and cannot do. I mean, Teak, we've seen Teak alone take on the likes of 4 teams on Miramar specifically. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can turn this one into a successful rotation. But RUKH Esports, they've moved on in. Now in the mix between Titans and Black Hand, which they need to be very careful of. But Bronsberg has their back turned to the Titans. Busy focusing on Mind Weapon, and this is going to give Axel the perfect opportunity to sneak on up.
Oh, there we go. Great opportunity coming through. That was Bronsberg getting caught with their scope down. And AXA can do nothing but capitalize on the available opportunity. And this is, again, Titans now looking to pick up the momentum. They've been able to move much, much closer towards that zone. But a lot of the pressure will be alleviated as RUKH look to disengage. Pusher now, of course, getting taken down. That is down to Rami and Eugene to continue on with the flow. But now Titans coming under fire as Black Hand have a few different ideas as to how they could play this area.
A few different ideas indeed. We'll see if any of them can actually come to fruition, because Axe is out of the open. Koa has that line of sight locked on down. So now relegated to Teak and P6. They have been making slow, successful movements so far, but I think the zone might be adding some urgency to their rotation. We can see URUS also finding some success over towards the Mind Weapon, and Lag finding triple, Teak finding the wrong angle, because RUKH is here trained and ready to take them out.
Let's see where this one will go now. It's going to be Koa. Oh, trying to reach in. RUKH does secure the spray. But now P6 just ducking, diving in, weaving through that smoke, trying to evade the inevitable, but Goa not going to allow that to happen as Radox also then moves in, and this is the opportunity for Blackhand. Yep, they get it done, and that is going to be the Titans shipped out in 14th place. Now, RUKH also finding themselves in a little bit of a sweaty position here as the Mind Weapon are looking to defend the compound. Rami now has to push forward alongside Eugene, fishing for those hit markers, not being able to secure anything, at least not for the time being. But this opens up the opportunity for Luciano to try and get that rares, but that molly, yep, so on point.
Titans, they took themselves out with a molly today, and now, unfortunately, RUKH Esports are following suit. But they have picked up a beautiful double here towards the Mind Weapon. Down to only Hamod now holding on for the rest of the team. It's going to be a very difficult situation to get themselves out of this one. Not sure if they've given up their position already. If they take these shots against VISTA Gaming, then it's going to be all for naught, because that will give all the information needed to the likes of URUS. But we turn our attention here to what's happening on the southern side. I mean, take a pick. We've got Arab Gold, we've got Wave, we've got the World of Battle, we've got Blackjack, we've got Virtual Gaming not far off as well. What are these teams doing here? They need to get into zone.
Yeah, they're looking to have a bit of a meeting, right? And look to get a little bit aggressive along the way as well. Kron, yeah, just getting themselves prepped and ready to go. Greedy also going to be looking to move on forward, but they have the position within the zone. Now, Blackjack have their work cut out for them. They have to try and find a bit of an opportunity. It's going to be a very risky play. As we know, the World of Battle, rather, it's going to be hanging in the wing. Muhammad trying to find that play on towards Phonics, just riding the ridge. Out comes the utility. Is it going to find the point? No, it doesn't just yet, but it does in fact, though, result in quite a bit of a spray. Now coming into Phonics, the jump shots will not suffice as Blackjack just overpower Muhammad, and down they go. That is going to be the end of the road for the World of Battle. 11 teams now remain, but still a heavily congested southern edge.
Oh, alright. Well, now we have to take a look at this one. Blackjack Esports holding on into the southern portion. A little bit of a ridgeline cover that they can work with. Oh no, Hamod has been caught on out position known and now in a 1v2. I mean, it's doable, but they have to try and isolate these 1v1s.
Let's see how this one's going to go. Rami. Oh, just timing that shot to perfection. As they take down Hamud, off they go. The Mind Weapon now having to settle for a 11th place finish. Unfortunately, not a lot of placement points coming through at that point. But let's see what is going to come through as the South is still heavily contested. Several teams trying to settle in. It's still going to be Greedy, Virtual, Blackjack, and Arab going about their business. But the zone is also going to take a little bit of a swing. Where will it move towards next? Is it going to go up north, potentially maybe staying down on the southern side? We don't know, but we are about to find out. Oh, it centers up into no man land. And again, Vista, URUS being absolutely blessed with regards to their zone positioning.
Yeah, I'm loving the positioning that's coming through for URUS. I mean, I would love to see a little bit more from them, but it's going to come down to the fantastic duo here of Ramsey and Co. So we'll see. Maybe they can make it happen. Otherwise, Vista also with a 3-piece up into that southern portion. Such good positioning. But talking about that southern portion, again, they still have a party going on here with GREEDYFORKILLS, Blackjack, and Arab Golden. Arab with 4 people up. Such good positioning to hold. But this 2-2 split from Blackjack Esports, if they can work on their crossfires, it might be enough to shut down Arab. As you can see, they turn around, and Reno here to take them out.
Let's see what is going to happen here. Oh, I know Reno finding the hits. It is Phonics down. It is MG down. Zeke, they're going to be trying to hold strong. Hisk also just going to be holding up there. But Arab Golden riding in the wing. This could be that opportunity for Blackjack to maybe find a little bit of that extra spice. Is it going to be enough though? I mean, oh, the pressure is on. Broly getting spotted out. And that alleviates so much pressure now for Blackjack to maybe find a bit of an approach.
Move on in for this one. I mean, you've got those opportunities on towards Arab Golden, but of course, that's not the only team that they need to worry about. We still have Alpha Luigi from Virtual Gaming. We still have the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS. We even have Vista now, as you can see, reaching on in from the middle of the zone. At least the ridgeline will protect them for now, but as soon as they try and go for these eliminations, as soon as they push out of their position, they're going to be putting themselves into a very difficult spot. Now, rotations. That blue zone's moving in. They need to make a move.
Yeah, all this chaos down on the southern side doesn't really change things up for the teams up north. But now it's going to be Hisk to get found out. The Wanted now getting traded as well, as Reno is not going to be backing off of it just yet. Trying to pick up the trades towards Rugal. And they lock it in. The shots are sent out. Arab Golden will drop right there. Off they go. 8 teams now remain. As you can see, off in the distance, Lag still going to be trying to make their play. We requested that Lag get some placement points, making it into the top 8. That is placement point territory. So things are looking on the up and up. And speaking about up, it is Zuxi, positioned way up high, finding a great little bit of leverage down on towards Blackjack.
Oh, Zuxi reaching in, finding Hisk now. Great turn of events for the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS, and massive opportunity for them to just keep on adding to the elimination tally, because here's VISTA out in the open. What you doing here? This is not where you want to be. All of that central positioning that they just got zone blessed with is, well, been turned on their heads, because now GREEDYFORKILLS, they have the elevation, they have the angles, and now they can just take their time, slowly but surely dissecting the likes of VISTA.
Yeah, but it's
a little bit of gremlins here to work with, but we can take a look at this. GREEDYFORKILLS holding into a very interesting situation here. VISTA. Tough situation. I'm telling you, the action is just so much that neither my internet nor DK's internet can actually handle it. Zuxi now finds that connection is going to mean a very difficult rotation here. VISTA, unfortunately, like I said, no grass for them to work with on this Miramar, so tough rotations up ahead of them. Nossa still holding a good, keen eye on what Lag and their rotation is going to be looking like, but take your poison, take your pick. I mean, they can pick away at Lag, they can pick away at VISTA, URUS, even the likes of Blackjack Esports or Black Hand is an option now for GREEDYFORKILLS. So you can imagine why RUKH would love to take this positioning away from them. Again, moving in as a solo, very ballsy play, but we need those rotations for the rest of RUKH. They made this mistake yesterday on Sanhok. They cannot afford to do so again. Already up with 5 eliminations. Imagine if they add the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS to their tally. Oh, alright. URUS, down and out. Down to our top 6 teams here now. The rotations moving in. And this is where things get a little bit crazy. GREEDYFORKILLS, they need to get themselves into the zone. RUKH, they would love to take these eliminations away. Again, is already up with 4 eliminations. As a single player, that is absolutely brilliant for this stage. Rotations now for GREEDYFORKILLS coming through around the backside. Trying to find out a way in which they can rotate on in. Blackjack still behind them. Zeke in a spot of trouble now with VISTA Gaming reaching in to hopefully get that confirmation. And then we will be down to 5 teams. This 4v3 here from GREEDYFORKILLS and RUKH is going to be the centerpiece, because if these 2 teams go head to head, that means that Black Hand can move on in from that northern side for the third party, for the eliminations, and potentially for all of the glory. Reno now taking a little bit of damage. It's nothing to stress about just yet. Very, very cautious approach that they need to take here. I still can't believe that Zeke is alive in this situation, honestly, because VISTA have just been moving on in closer and closer. We still got Lag in the mix as well with these 5 eliminations. Man, it's going to be tough. But VISTA holding on into a very good fashion. Got Black Hand now, a little bit of that 2-2 split. And I like that. Look, it's going to be a bit of a risky one, because if they have any of their members isolated or pinned down, it's not going to be easy to rotate and give support. So now you can see just a little bit of that regrouping, taking this to a 3-1 split. Blackjack confirmed Zeke goodbye. We still have to see what VISTA can make of this situation. GREEDYFORKILLS from that southern side. RUKH now reaching in, but Kofu goes down. This is the opportunity for Reno now to move on in. That thirst is going to be there, hopefully. And this puts them on the equal playing ground that they've been waiting for. Now utilities immediately deployed. It is a bombardment coming through from the likes of RUKH, but Reno is good for 1. Zuxi reaching across, trying to make sure that they do not get flanked, trying to make sure that Black Hand does not get involved with this third party. But they are spread thin. So incredibly thin. RUKH now, a little bit of a moment to breathe, relegated down to the 3-piece. Black Hand in this situation with all of their members but the timing will be key for them. You can see just that early reach in from RUKH has cost them that member. Now Koa, trying to get a little cheeky themselves, is going to be taken down by Zuxi. A keen eye on these rotations, and we love to see it. Not sure if Koa is in that position to get rezzed, but we'll have to wait and see. Black Hand holding a beautiful center position. And it looks like the res will be going through over towards Koa. Plaza already making that rotation in. RUKH still. Tables have turned to them. Zone on their backs. Time not on their side. RUKH now trying to dissect the situation, trying to understand what could possibly happen. How they could possibly turn this into their favor. Zuxi still in the mix here. Very isolated position. Smoke's now going to be deployed. Rotations need to happen. Stage 9 zone is here, and now the push from RUKH needs to happen. You can see Hazem moving on up. Ghazi trying to get a little bit closer, but the utilities are just going to lock them down. They can't quite yet move in. They can't quite yet get a foothold into this engagement. So now they'll be ready to go down to Black Hand. This might be the opportunity for GREEDYFORKILLS to get a bit of a third party that they've been waiting on. They have been in such a difficult situation. How could this possibly have turned into their favor? Already Cacao now spotted out by Zuxi. A little bit of a shot back and forth. The angle's not too easy to work on though, and again, exposing yourself too long could give the other teams that opportunity to take you out. But Koa back on up. Black Hand still up with 4. But that push needs to through. Red Dogs finding Nossa. Good opportunity. Immediate thirst as well. RUKH now moving in, finding Plaza. Hazem finally the opener here for RUKH, but there is a good back and forth. GREEDYFORKILLS, they just need to stay quiet and wait for their third party opportunity. Black Hand, oh, it is a back and forth, and unfortunately this war of attrition seems to be going the way of either GREEDYFORKILLS or VISTA Gaming, because RUKH and Black Hand are doing the most. RUKH, somehow, some way, how are you still alive? At least, yes, the confirmation from Koa. But look at Black Hand, they've been relegated down to 2.5 players. They need to get the res up, they need to get their meds up. GREEDYFORKILLS up with 2. They need to make the move. Reno and Zuxi, great crossfire, finding Koa. That's the opener. Storm right around the corner. It's not in position for the trade. The timing is too late. And now it is only Plaza to hold on. Reno avoiding the mollies, running with the crossfire. And it will be up to Reno here in this 1v1, because Zuxi, their positioning is going to cut them off from this situation. It can go either way. Plaza peeking around, has that information. The shots rain through. Reno wants this one for the team. They want to take the winner chicken dinner, but Plaza equally keen. Dodging back and forth. The terrain not quite working. The jump shot is there, but it will be GREEDYFORKILS bringing in that winner chicken dinner. Fantastic play from the likes of GREEDYFORKILS, and this is what we've mentioned in terms of that trend that they brought in. I have to take a little bit of water there because that was a bit too much excitement for me personally. 17 eliminations. I think that is the highest we've seen so far in the finals weekend that they have brought to fruition. I mean, gorgeous play. 2.9 thousand damage really is nothing to scoff at in a situation like the finals, and we have to give it up to them. The fact they were able to turn such a heavy and difficult situation into their favor to bring them that opportunity, it is massive. We can give a bit of a shout out to our Arabian casters. They're looking very nice and very clean, so go check them out as well if you want to see on the mainstream. But ultimately, that was our first match of the day. So now trying to break down how the rest of the day is going to look like when we've already had so many upsets. We've already had such a bit of a surprising performances coming through from GREEDYFORKILS. VISTA also making it up into the top 3 placement. RUKH, I mean, fantastic play from them to change it up, to bring them some sort of consistency into this Miramar match where, honestly, there wasn't space for much. There really was not a big opportunity for these teams to bring in any positive performances, but they made it work. I mean, the terrain that they had to deal with was incredibly difficult. It was incredibly hard fought, and I still can't believe how GREEDYFORKILS managed to turn that one into their favor. It was always off the back of Black Hand taking that engagement with the RUKH. But let's go take a look at those fantastic highlights. That was Miramar. Wasn't that a good Miramar to start off the day? But as we know, I need to go and look for DK. He's hiding somewhere because the action was a little bit too much for the internet to handle. So I'm gonna go search for DK and hopefully find him because I need my partner in crime back. So we're gonna go to a short break while we get the second map ready and dusted for this fantastic second day of the finals.
Something new. Something new. What they all see.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is, of course, Africa, the Spring 2023 finals. So the teams have been through a very long and contentious league phase to get themselves to this point. And I haven't found DK. You know, I went hunting. He thought it was Easter this weekend, so he's busy running a little bit of an Easter egg hunt, and I'm sure he'll be back in a few moments. So for the time being, you'll be hanging out for me. Wow, it's going well, isn't it? Speaking of that first match, we had GREEDYFORKILLS picking up a fantastic set of eliminations. That 17 plus the winner chicken dinner ultimately brought them through some of the highest points that we've seen in a single match in the finals. Not in general, they also have the record for the highest amount of points in the finals and in the league phase now, because they had 22 eliminations in the league phase on Miramar as well. So it just seems to be that Miramar is the GREEDYFORKILLS map, and that might be why they are starting off with their fantastic antics on this early phase of the day. But of course, we know we've had enough Miramar, we've had enough of the sandy dunes of Miramar, so we're going to be heading over to the lovely Sanhok, my personal favorite map. So you'll have to let me know if you also just love this map as much as I do. I know the teams don't like it, hate it. Every single time I've spoken to these teams, they're not impressed with the fact that I like Sanhok, so I apologize, but it brings through some of the best performances and some of the best highlights we can see. So in the chat, please let us know what your predictions are going to be looking like for this matchup. We already have GREEDYFORKILLS bringing in such a surprising performance. Not sure if they can make it a back-to-back win. Ultimately, Flightpath going to be cutting through that northern side of Sanhok, so a little bit of that east to north section. Really going to be stretching some of the teams heading towards those southern reaches. Again, it's Sanhok, it's not too far off, so they can make the trip down. VISTA Gaming already heading a little bit closer to potentially Nakam, maybe even sitting in Painan. Nothing too wild, nothing too crazy just yet. Virtual Gaming over towards Paradise Resort. Looks a bit dicey. The Mind Weapon very close in contention, so they might be joining in a little bit of that early engagement. We also got Weiss and at least one other member from GREEDYFORKILLS finding one another. Not sure if they're going to be hunting each other down. A little bit of an early engagement. But the southern zone, we have some focus. They're over towards Painan, Camp Charlie, Sami. Great opportunity for teams who do favor those regions. Of course, Titans towards Ruins. I would love if we head into a Ruins final zone on Sanhok. We've seen it before, and actually, for the fans of Black Hand, one of the first Ruin finishes we've seen actually went the way of Black Hand back in the day. So if you want them to win, you want to agree with me that we go towards Ruins. I'm just saying. But a few more rotations need to happen here for these teams. Already a nice early start. We can see the Mind Weapon just reaching in, getting some information here over towards Virtual Gaming, seeing what they can and cannot do. I'm going to have to hydrate a lot for this one, aren't I? Virtual Gaming, the Mind Weapon, they've gone head-to-head before in this manner, specifically towards Paradise Resort. The Mind Weapon, no stranger to the fact and the opportunity that Virtual Gaming is waiting for them in this resort. So it makes sense why Dalhap is just scouting things out for the time being. Ultimately, on the other reaches of the map, we have the rest of the Mind Weapons still keeping a keen eye on Wave Esports, who we know is over towards Hatin, just making sure Petrox is not going to be sneaking in any of those, surprising plays, because now they've got the grasses to deal with. And ultimately, we want to know who is going to be joining us in the donut shop, because we actually haven't been able to see who joined us in the donut shop after that first matchup. So I'll pull up those stats for you guys as well, just so we can start talking about them. This is going to be an interesting one. After that Miramar, after that wild engagement that these teams had to deal with, we had Titans and CRYPTICS. Two teams you normally wouldn't say this, but they were our first two teams going out. At least with some points for the likes of Titan, with those, it was Titan and Triple Esports, the first two teams that went out. And at least for both of them, they had those 2 points, but that breaks the cycle now here for Triple Esports. Can they bring it back in Sanhok? Do they want to bring it back in Sanhok? Is going to be a bit of a question as well. Sanhok is a little bit too wild. Some close quarter engagement, some close quarter, PvC battle. Let's see Triple Esports now, a rotation already made. Reno spotting out a prime opportunity here to reach in, to find some opportunities. But Old Boy too quick with the trade. Lovely little bit of a back and forth, and that thirst should be just around the corner. Oh, gotta take a look at this one. Triple Esports coming through from just the outskirts of boot camp. The rotation from BLVKHVND as well. Ooh. Zuxi needs to be very careful in terms of how they're going to be reaching out to this one. Not really in a situation where they can take any of those early engagements or jump into some wild action. So for me, for now, I would like to see GREEDYFORKILLS just play this a little bit more cautiously. They've already lost Reno. They do not want to lose anyone else, especially not if they want to double down on the success that they've had into Miramar. So there is that concern. Taking a look at some of the other maps and some of the other teams. RUKH, a nice little bit of a spread over towards Camp Bravo. They haven't been contested whatsoever. Not really seeing any wild hot drops. Over towards Paradise, the closest we have to a hot drop. The Mind Weapon are still pretty much just sussing the situation out. They've looted up from that coastal line just on the outskirts of Atin. They've now moved up the entire squad closer and closer towards Paradise Resort, so we can see that they're planning to take out the likes of Virtual Gaming, but they're not quite going to make that assertion. Still going to be giving a little bit of time before anything really wild happens. Let's see if those rotations coming through. CRYPTICS out in the blue zone already. This is where things get a little bit interesting, because now we add some stress into this factor. Obviously, Virtual Gaming have had to move on out from Paradise Resort. The Mind Weapon just behind them, like hunters. They're waiting for that opportunity to get involved in some action here. Blackjack Esports reaching across over towards Lag. We know they do favor this position just outside of K, which is why they're close to my heart. I love this position. We never get to go here as a final zone. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. If we can make that happen now, that'd be great. But it's okay. I'll settle for ruins, just saying. Rotation now coming through from Blackjack Esports. A bit of a spread coming through. MG very close. Definitely eyeing out that opportunity to take a flanking position up against Lag. But the utilities that they're sending out, you can see Escanor just keeping a keen eye on that coastal line, making sure that they are not going to be allowing any surprises here from the likes of Blackjack Esports. And even Mexico reaching across from the coastal line, likely doing the exact same. This little angle, this one very tempting little angle, could spell doom for MG if they choose to take it. Like, have this one locked down. They're even going to be backing off just a tad to give some space worthwhile. Zone should be moving in as well, and then we'll see where that focus is going to be. Because that's also going to add a time limit to the situation. For Blackjack Esports, they initially came here because they wanted to get, a little bit of an opportunity. But now they might have to wait. Zone should be pulling in momentarily. We still have the Mind Weapon and CRYPTICS out in the blue with RUKH over towards that coastal line. 3 teams with the furthest rotations. We'll see if the zone is going to be adding to that stress. Yep, it will. The zone guards are really just not liking these teams in the finals. They are wanting to put them through the ringer. Arab Golden already taking a hit after hit. Rugal now going to be feeling a lot more as RUKH Esports are sending in every single possible utility to clear out these compounds. I mean, Arab Golden all situated within one building. This is going to make it pretty interesting now if RUKH wants to move on in. Bronsberg with the opener over towards Wanted. A little bit of a back and forth. Arab Golden trying to hold on. Ooh, I like this. Rugal had the right idea, trying to block in that line of sight from RUKH Esports, but the timing just wasn't quite there. Now we are relegated down to quality in the corner. I mean, 3v1 scenario. It's not really going to be working out the way that you would want. Arab Golden, the first team now to be sent back into the lobby, at least not with the donut. They managed to pick up that one elimination. So it's not too bad for the first team to send back. You have RUKH in the meantime spotting out CRYPTICS with that rotation that they've been taking. We know they're one of the teams that still have to get themselves into the zone. So, oh, RUKH. Hit after hit after hit, they find themselves. And this is going to be a good start for them. Again, loving what I'm seeing from RUKH so far. On towards that Miramar map, they also brought in such a good opportunity. such a good set of points as well, in a very difficult situation. With the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS, Black Hand in the mix. It was something I normally wouldn't even put them in the running for, but I mean, I've done the same mistake with VISTA yesterday on towards Erangel, so maybe I just need to learn a lesson. Who knows? Rotations now still finishing up. CRYPTICS relegated down to a 2-piece. Looks like they will be heading in a little bit later into the zone, potentially going towards that docks area, which is just in the zone in this next phase. Still have Blackjack Esports holding onto Cave, and they will be situated there for quite a bit of a time. Lag a little bit lower down towards those southern docks. Virtual Gaming now. Rotation that they've taken. Finding GREEDYFORKILLS. Unfortunately for them, I mean, you can just see this. It's GREEDYFORKILLS, it's Virtual Gaming, it's VISTA Gaming. This northern section is not going to be easy. And if one of these teams start, the rest are going to move in for the third party. Might even add a fourth party in, as RUKH Esports are not far off as well as the Mind Weapon and Triple. Zuxi now, leading on up. A little bit of a nade getting sent on out, but it's not going to be making that connection. This means that they have that entrance. Into the building they go. You can see the rest of VISTA now backing on off. They do not want to take this one, but it's a Bood. It's going to be holding that flanking position, just waiting. You can see Virtual Gaming now moving on in on the high rise. Seeing a little bit of action right up ahead of them. Very keen to get involved. Oh, Luciano now finding that opener. Oh, it is becoming a difficult situation here. Third party just around the corner. The blue zone now moves on in just to add to the mix. And Ra'ad also finding more eliminations. You can see Virtual Gaming. Oh, man. Sorry, GREEDYFORKILLS. You do not get the double on down with your winnings. You know, they reached a bit too far. They got 17 eliminations on Miramar. Someone needs to take them out. There was that target on their back all this time. Virtual Gaming. Northern side by none. Just behind VISTA Gaming. Does look like they're a bit aware. Cacao rotating backwards, making sure that they're not turning their back on the likes of Virtual, which means that information is there for them. Ooh, we got Black Hand and Titans in the elimination feed going head to head, and it looks like it's an equal battle so far. A little bit of utility sent out. Bisk finding one shot. Good opener. But we know there's a few more players that they need to take out before they can relax, before they can focus on those rotations. Hulk immediately jumping on to that res, trying to make sure that they get everyone situated, get everyone set up for this one. Very difficult rotation that now needs to happen. That zone has moved even more south. I don't know what's happening with these zones. Who made a sacrifice to the zone gods? Because we are bullying these teams right now. VISTA. Not sure how they're going to be holding on to this one. Got It's a Bood now holding the flanking line. Rotations as the rest of the team trying to move on up. Black Hand and Titan finding one another. This is what we've been seeing, at least in the elimination feed, but look how close it is. 2 up, 1 knock on each side. And we know this has got a time limit. They're already out in the blue zone, all the way from the outskirts of Sami, now trying to rotate on into the docks. Bantai has to be their location, so you can imagine what a rotation this one has to be. Blackjack Esports getting confirmed as well. Ra'ad again being the bringers of doom. Teams already 6 eliminations up. Cave looking hot and spicy. But unfortunately, it's not in the zone. At least they have a straight shot into Camp Charlie. CRYPTICS meanwhile finding lag. The World of Battle now stepping in. Virtual Gaming going out. VISTA made that one happen. Oh, this is going to be interesting. We've got Ra'ad, we've got VISTA stepping in. It's going to be an interesting one here. The World of Battle still moving on further and further. Bantai is going to get heated. CRYPTICS, a potential now for them to get this started. But again, they're running this as a 2-piece. The fact that they've had any success whatsoever is purely because of the skills of the player. Lag, holding this compound in. They've been here for so long. They've had so much to deal with. CRYPTICS have been dealing damage, as we can see. But they haven't yet found the confirmation. And with all of the damage that they've been dealing, they've unfortunately been giving away a lot of their positioning. So now they are relegated to snaking it into the grasses. Trying to stay quiet. What's worried, though, you can see on that map, Ra'ad are moving in And it looks like they're taking a straight dead shot into CRYPTICS and their current position. So might be days numbered here for the likes of CRYPTICS. VISTA moving in from that southern portion. We've got Triple Esports now, ooh, in a bit of a spot of a trouble here. There's a good bit of back and forth. They found one. It's the old boy up to their old tricks, already up with 2 eliminations. Still 4 piece here for Triple Esports to work with. There's VISTA, they don't have that luxury of numbers. Bit of a rotation, bit of a stretch over towards the western side. This is it for CRYPTICS now. Only the 2-piece to deal with. March will be going down. A little bit of utility to find Escanor. But Lag, they still have the numbers. They can take their time with this one. They have the spacing. They have the zone. They just need to hold this one down. Make sure that CRYPTICS are not going to be just being a thorn in their side, not be the reason that they don't make it into this next phase. Mind weapon. Be sent on back to the lobby. Thank you very much. Maybe you took a donut there as well, so it's complimentary blue juices. But CRYPTICS, they do not want to be a team now joining. A9Q moving on in, finding that opening. Oh, lazy boy dealing with the raise. The timing is going to be there. And oh, it's an easy cleanup for A9Q. Lag, good shutdown. Now, do you make sure that CRYPTICS didn't actually take them out there or be a thorn in their side? Brilliant work. But we know it's not done just yet. A little bit more movement now needs to concern. Oh, Triple Esports moving in late. It's a bit of a tough situation here. But you can see RUKH already up with 6 eliminations. This is going to be a fantastic game. If they can close this one out, this might be the start of RUKH already making such a big difference in that first map. Fighting Triple Esports now onto towards that high ground. Old boy already taking a little bit of damage. Oh, the old boy taking a lot more than just a little bit of damage. A jumping DBS shot from Hazem, not quite making the connection they needed to. And Icy going to be good for a double lockdown. Hofu and again down to the ground. And now they need to make it work here. They're up against a 2v3. Fajita stepping on in. Maybe a bit of an overexposure, but I mean, they're not being punished for it. So why not? Here it comes again. Step on up. Old boy Icy. The only 2 players here to lock it down for Triple Esports, and you can see those health bars not looking too healthy. RUKH. A bit of a spread here, old boy, slowly but surely. Wanting to see if they can step this one in. And this is now where it comes down to a triple. Again, those health bars, man. They're not sticking to the namesake. We've got a world of battle now going out as well. We've got a bit of a reach in. No! The third parties are here. Spread on through. RUKH go down to a double nade. This is gorgeous from Triple Esports. And RUKH, unfortunately, this fantastic setting that they had, we thought this was going to be a RUKH game. We thought this was going to be Sanhok for RUKH. It's not quite there. VISTA now looking to shut down Triple as well. Overexposure. This just seems to be a rinse and repeat of Miramar. Triple 6 up eliminations. VISTA 6 up. Rest of the teams now needing to catch on up. We've got URUS in center, Wave as well, joining with those compounds. Great positioning to hold on. And Lag, well, they have to make a rotation into the action here. VISTA moving in from the north, a bit of a 2-1 split for them. So you can see just reaching across, getting some information over towards Titan. Southern portion of the zone actually is, yeah, a bit of a weird split. We've got this wall of Titans that are just all isolated as individual players, but they're applying the pressure. They're forcing these teams into a bit of a situation, and we can see the Titans are very comfortable running that individual split, so it makes sense. I wouldn't blame them. Triple now. Rotations on in from that northeastern side. Bit of a fun one here. Zone going to continue to close on out, likely, or maybe going to be centering on into those compounds. Whereas, as we mentioned, center composition with Wave, sharing a bit of that real estate. A little bit of a neighbor treaty happening here. But good numbers on their side. Top 6 teams. We're going to have to wait for that zone. So going to be centering up. Still going to be favoring the likes of URUS. We've got Lag that just has to do a bit of a step in if they want to get involved. Wave now. From that western side. Ooh, a bit of a reach across now from URUS as well. So this is where things get interesting. URUS have a very easy opportunity to potentially stop the likes of Wave. And of course, Titans, well, Titans are just behind Wave. They can step in at any given moment and shut down this third party. I see finding at least the immediate thirst over towards Vista. Kakao didn't even have a chance. He blinked and was taken out quite immediately. Lag from the southern portion. Been very quiet, but they don't really have a reason. It's because, well, the only team towards the southeastern portion. Titans, that individual spread that they had towards the south, well, it's not going to be working out for them now. A reach on in, Axa goes down. Teak as well. Puncher just barely holding on. Titans, this is not the rotation they wanted, and they go out. 3 eliminations in, but oh my goodness. Beautiful shutdown here. Beautiful awareness coming through from Wave. Don't know how much further they're going to be able to hold on to this one, because we can see Vista already holding on and providing a bit of a blocker here. This is not the team they should be focusing on. They should be focusing on URUS. Zaro could be going down to the play zone. And now all of a sudden this might turn on its head. It's a bit goes down. And we are down to our 4 teams. And what we are also down to is finally finding DK. Thank you for joining.
What's up, Iz? Yeah, of course we know, right? A few gremlins being dealt along the way as well. But Sanhok is not going to wait for anyone. As we can see, it's already been such an exciting amount of action and gameplay that we've been having come through. Down to the final 4 we are, and this is not going to be an easy show. I love what URUS has done with this position, holding on to the hard cover here and just looking to dominate the zone.
I love it, man. I'm also very happy that you're back. Please don't leave me again. But we have to take a look at what's happening with URUS. They had that such a good position within the center of the zone. Now URUS reaching across. I mean, come on, lag. They could have made something happen here, but it's just wild how Triple are reaching in and making it so incredibly difficult for them to have any opportunity to make a difference.
Well, let's see if there's going to be a bit of an opportunity, maybe. It could be right there. I mean, Wave now going to be looking to mount as an aggressive push as they can, trying to create that opening into the side of URUS. They need to be careful, because just on the opposite side is where we see the side from Triple holding on to their lone ranger.
Ooh, I like this from Wave. Now the reach on in. URUS, again, they had such good compounds. They're once again getting zone blessed, but oh, the timing is just not going to quite work out for Triple Esports. Lag relegated down to 1. Knight will be dropping to the floor. It doesn't look like they've been spotted out, so they might still have something into this one, and this is going to be the push now. Wave Esports, they know what they need to do. It is that 4v3 scenario. They've got the utilities to try and flush out the likes of URUS. A few nades being sent on through. Ramsey just on the other corner. Ooh, a shot to Raouf. But as Raouf is, they are the bait for the situation. Even Knight now having a bit of a helping hand, finding Hemo. The reach on in, URUS holding on, but it might not be going the way of Wave. Gaddafi with the DBS, the only man standing in the way of URUS taking that would have won a chicken dinner, but it is a 1v2 scenario. The reach around goes through, a little bit of the round of Rosie, but unlucky. Knight, Jin. It is their opportunity. A 1v2, they could steal this away from URUS. The 1v2 might be here. Bit of a reach around, look around the corner to see if they can find Lag Esports.
Well, let's see if it's going to work out. Oh, there we go. What a performance that was, stepping in at the exact right moment to try and clutch it out, looking to steal the show. I mean, what a play that was. URUS Esports, 8 eliminations, 1600 damage being dealt. What a glorious play that was.
Massive, man. Absolutely massive. But, hey, DK, thank you for my solo podcast. I appreciate it. I know it's not up to you. I've at least tried it. I can sufficiently say it's not quite for me. I don't think I have the necessary skill set for a solo podcast. But I appreciate you giving me that opportunity to try.
You are more than welcome, right? I mean, if it was up to me, I would say that substations are not supposed to blow up. Right? It happens. That's why we gotta make a plan. This is essentially me sitting in a dark room trying to work, but either which way, you know, we gotta make the most out of the situation. At least I was able to see you know, a good, decent helping of Sanhok comes through. Timing is everything, and the team's really looking to utilize everything that the zone has been throwing at them so far. But as we know, right, that was only the second match now. We still have quite a few more to go. But also, we know that the highlights from this last match is going to be just around the corner. So there's still that extra little bit of to look forward to, as we are not completely done just yet. Let's take a look. I mean, it just keeps on getting better and better, right? We go from our first day to Sanhok's, moving into day number 2, even more opportunities for more insanity to come through, and the teams just keep on stepping it up. But I mean, looking at URUS, this was about time for them to really double down and just capitalize on it. Looking at the points, also 18 points, just ahead of Lag. And of course, before I was asking for Lag to lock in placement points, and they keep on building on that.
Yeah, no, fantastic showing from Lag Esports again. I mean, shutting down CRYPTICS there towards those final sections, it could have gone either way. CRYPTICS definitely had the jump on them. They had a bit of that surprising factor, but ultimately Lag were just too good with the shutdown. Love to see that. And again, a massively good helping of eliminations across the field, especially on this first page. 7 to RUKH, 7 to VISTA, 8 to URUS. Obviously the double from Lag, triple with 9. Much better showing from Triple Esports as well, since they only went out with 2 points over towards Miramar.
I mean, this is definitely amazing. But now, page number 2 is where we're going to be finding ourselves the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad. Only 3 points to their name, and of course, a double dose of Donut Shop visitors coming through as well with the Mine Weapon and Greedy for Kills. But this is where things look a little bit different. I mean, this is a bit of a contrast to the performance that we had coming through over on Miramar, and I want to see how all of this is then going to compound and move through as we do approach that Erangel as well.
Yeah, because we've had the first dosage of Miramar, we have the first dosage of Sanhok now, but we need to see what that's Erangel's going to be looking like to set the tone for what the rest of the day will be bringing. I mean, CRYPTICS, Black Hand, to see them on this side of things, greedy for kills as well. To see them on this side of things after they took 17 eliminations on Miramar, DK. Again, highest we've seen in the finals so far, and we know they also hold the record for the highest amount of eliminations plus a winner-winner chicken dinner awards in the league phase. So it hurts, it stings a little bit that they didn't get that chance to double down with those winnings on Sanhok, but at least they still have 4 more maps today.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still a great opportunity ahead. And of course, speaking about opportunities, we are going to be making our way over into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. I'll see you guys right back afterwards with match number 3.
What they all see. Think something new.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season, the new and adjusted version, at least on the caster desk, as we are making our way through all the action that these teams are bringing out on towards the battlefield. We're getting ready to move into match number 3. So, without any further delay, let's take a look. It is going to be Erangel, and we're going to be hoping to see that flight path now bring in a few things. But, of course, it is going to be a very centralized flight path that we are going to be looking at.
Love to see that one, really providing that teams any and all opportunity to get to their usual drop sites and hopefully get themselves started for this good game. But of course, I mean, towards that southern section, DK, it's easy pickings for any team to get into the drop sites. I'm going to be curious to see if that zone is going to be going the way that this flight path is. If we're going to be heading towards that southern section, or if we can give a little bit of love once again to the northern side of Erangel.
Well, there's only one way for us to find out is, right, we have to kind of ride the storm to see where it's going to go. So far, things looking relatively normal, right? We got RUKH dropping all the way up in towards Savoni. We got the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad also taking a bit of a different approach. Either they are really close together, or we are seeing a little bit of an adjustment with regards to their drop location. Now, that zone, ooh, does come in, and it is going to be sitting with Malta, and this is such a favorable setup coming through for Titans. That is right on their home turf.
Massive. I mean, Malta farm right in center. Massive opportunity for them to make this Erangel everything they could ever want it to be. But we'll have to wait and see if they stick to farm in Malta, if they take in a different position, maybe heading over towards this coastal lines. We know there was a little bit of a PTSD over towards Malta Power for these teams, Lipovka, that section there. A lot of engagements, a lot of teams finding themselves towards that eastern portion, fighting for control of the section. So, hey, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. What's happening on Yasnaya is a bit confusing for me as well. We have a little bit of a weird mix of Blackjack and Black Hand. Looks like they're, I don't know if they're quite necessarily going to be dropping in Yasnaya. It looks like they've just left the one member there, maybe to scout things out. The rest seems to be still moving on forward. So, no, it's okay. It's okay, everyone. Calm down. It's not a hot drop, but we do have a bit of a hot drop with Lag and Titan. So, you know, from one fire on the one side, we've got another on the other. We've also got Vista finding Triple. What is happening?
We're seeing a lot of surprises. That is definitely what we're having here, of course. It's going to be Mazaro now moving in, trying to find all the interaction that they can muster, securing that first Elam up. But that is one down of so many more to come, and as I say that, the whole area lights up as I am now back onto power. So let's see, as I now feel super empowered, what our teams are going to be doing and who's going to be stepping to a little bit of an upset here.
We got that opportunity here now for them to bring in. Alright, let's take a look at this one. So, while DK feels very empowered, very, very empowered back into the swing of things. We have to take a look at what the rest of the teams now will be bringing in with these rotations, right? We had a bit of that weird and wonderful rotation there towards Farm and Malta. It looks like Lag wanted to take a little bit of the piece of Titan action, but haven't yet succeeded in that situation. So now we wait and see if Ra'ad can once again bring in some of that incredible prowess they've just been showing so far. I mean, they had this opportunity to just bring in so many eliminations on the previous match. We saw a little bit of that shining moment on Miramar as well. So I would love it if they can bring in all of that energy and just double down on it on Erangel. As DK gets the normal setup back into the swing of things so that he is not Mr. Roblox DK. We will have to take a look and see who else will be dual lobby. So far, in terms of the rotations that we're seeing, obviously GREEDYFORKILLS heading towards Malta Power. So no surprise there, they do love that eastern portion, and they're definitely going to be thanking the zone gods for this one, because they have full control over the situation. Titans already, you can see, taking a bit of a wider spread, a bit of a later rotation into potentially Malta, but for now they're just on the outer reaches here, southern portion of Farm. Looks like they're not going towards their usual drop sites. I guess with the idea that, you know, Farm and Malta are center, there is that expectation that a lot of teams are going to be trying to rotate into that one for the compounds, for the cover, for that ability to hold in. So they'll be taking a little bit of a longer time getting themselves looted up before moving potentially into Farm and Malta, so that they have some sort of opportunity to, you know, fight back if teams should be taking the rotations in. And surprisingly, like, not a single team over towards military base.
That's what we want to. That's what we like to see. I mean, you know, things really changing it up. Military base, it's quite the adjustment. Not really having anyone currently situated within that region, but potentially we could see the teams really starting to, you know, progress towards that. Maybe looking to get themselves into a little bit of a setup there, because it's going to be a nice rotational pathway sneaking in along that edge, pushing towards that southern side of the zone.
It's going to be a pretty interesting one indeed. I've been just staring a little bit at the map feed to see what happened with Triple Esports. Because it looks like VISTA actually managed to take 2 of their players away from them. And based on the rotation, Triple, unfortunately, were running a bit of a 3-1 setup. The players then got isolated, and obviously, you know, you're fighting in that bit of a 1vx scenario. So Triple will start their Erangel off pretty early on with only 2 players to work with. We'll see if they can turn this into a win for them, because I mean, yesterday they did something very similar on Erangel. They were getting shot at, they were literally getting taken down a peg, and they still managed to turn that game into a winner with a chicken dinner. So I don't know. I think they've got it.
Yeah, they might just have it. So it's all going to come down to what they're going to be doing in the next few moments, as Lag now get themselves established. But of course, it is going to be Wave looking to rotate in on that southwestern side. But it does seem like Wave going to come knocking on their door. Meanwhile, is the Mind Weapon and the players here from Arab Golden also in a little bit of a position. We're not quite sure where exactly this one is going to go towards, but it does seem like Arab Golden trying to play their options.
So now, Arab Golden rotation into Malta. We saw Titans, they took a little bit of a slow rotation, likely because they expected a lot of teams were going to be joining them. So they stuck to those coastal lines, got a little bit of loot up, so that if they do move into Malta and there is someone there, they have something to fight back with. Now, they've been in Malta for so long, just once again gathering up utilities, gathering up some gear, and now, only now, Arab Golden is looking potentially to move in.
Well, let's see. Are they using that opportunity to strike? Because, I mean, Arab Golden, right, they are holding on to a very centralized position, quite a lot of availability and a lot of information that they could gather from that exact point. But where's it going to move towards next? As we know, the blue zone is going to be closing on through. That will take us into that second stage. And that will bring with it quite a few new challenges as the teams need to try and move forward into what the zone does present them.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun one as well, we can see, because not a single team really utilizing that military base, which means that, well, they there's going to be a little bit of a positional disadvantage for these teams. A lot of that play area now basically getting relegated down. So we cut completely away 40% of the playable area, which is almost just as bad as that zone rotation now for these teams because yes, it's going to provide at least some of the teams towards that northern section a little bit of room to breathe. But as we can see from that southern portion, now that shift moves in, that condension comes through. And from the south, we've got the likes of Malta, so that's Titans, Arab Golden, Wave, Lag, all mixed into that with the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS. So a lot of contention there. You can already see RUKH taking a shot in. And then obviously towards the north, where RUKH find themselves, we've got Black Hand, we've got CRYPTICS, we've got Virtual Gaming as well that are going to be taking a little bit of shots over towards Yasnaya.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a risky one indeed. But the World of Battle not going to be stepping out of any potential opportunities here. Got a nice line of sight down on towards the mined weapon as we can see the shots now starting to get sent across, looking to find that extra bit of an approach. But a lot of activity is going to come through here, especially looking at how crowded the zone is. Now, of course, it's going to be the CRYPTICS looking to play a little bit of an advantage towards the side there of Black Hand, who are yet to push through. They are still occupying that blue zone area, but both teams now trying to kind of settle their differences and maybe sneak themselves back into zone.
Ooh, Black Hand. Ooh, interesting movement here now. A little bit of a back and forth. Like we said, this northern rotation is wild right now. So we got a few trolls under the bridges. Black Hand looking to close out some of those eliminations. CRYPTICS already making an alternative plan to move into the zone. Already just saying, well, it's okay. El Chapo, sorry about that, but it'll be Marshall and Senke to get them into the zone. Now we also have to ask the question how RUKH and Virtual Gaming are going to be making their approach.
Yeah, we don't know the answer to that question just yet. It is going to be quite a challenging play regardless, because it's RUKH, as you said, Virtual Gaming squad, but then just up ahead of them, we do see a few of those Black Hand players as well. Still going to be looking to find a little bit of that contingency, right? Moving through, finding a bit of an opportunity to sneak themselves back in towards the zone. But this is where everything is now proving to be so challenging. Of course, looking at the approach coming through from Wave, it's no surprise to see Petrox, again, finding themselves there all the way up on the front line.
It is a bit weird. It is, but it's with that rotation that they've taken into Malta now, giving them that opportunity to bring a little bit of an opportunity, opportunity to jump into the action. But ultimately, it's going to come down to these rotations, right? Because Titans, they took a longer rotation in. Now we can see Wave. They've moved in from that southern section. Petrox up on the front lines, as you've mentioned. And now it's just easy pickings, right? Bam, bam, bam. Let's get some quick eliminations from Titans. The rest of Titans not in a position really to go for this res.
Yep, definitely not really in a position. And this is a great opportunity for Wave now, looking to just capitalize and strengthen that hold that they've got. Trying to push forward, trying to see if they can maybe flex it out a little bit. But Axa and the rest of Titans now going to be moving in, looking to just pick up the pieces. Oh, and of course, Teak going to be finding a great opportunity to sneaking that angle through. Does get the knock with Petrox. But now the rest of Wave not really there to provide a helping hand.
Not really at all in a situation or in a position to make a difference here, but Teak at least getting a little revenge, right? Finding Petrox saying, you know, how dare you take shots at my teammates. So, love to see that little flank, but, ooh, will they be able to get out of this? Gaddafi already following up, trying to take Teak out completely.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go. It's going to be Gaddafi now trying to push up, trying to avenge Petrox right here. And Teak doesn't seem to phase. I mean, they just go like, yo, it's fine. You can try and push in. I'm just quickly going to patch myself up. I've got a spare bandage or two. But also now with the addition of P6 moving through, Wave really having to rethink that strategy. Are they going to stay in here? Because Lag is also moving in alongside them. So there's quite a bit of pressure now coming through.
Love to see this. A little bit of back and forth already. These teams hyped up with the energy that they brought in so far. I mean, this first Erangel of the day definitely shaping up to be one of the more exciting maps just off of the get-go because of all of these early engagements. But that is, of course, to thank for the zone. Wave Rotation on out. They will keep their numbers up. Still 3 apiece each that they can work with. Titans, somehow, some way, they are just holding on to every single member, which I love to see. Malta not quite working out the way they would have wanted it to, with that zone now also shifting up to encompass the likes of Mansion, Prison, and a little bit of Shelter as well. Then, well, unfortunately, it's not going to be a Malta zone for Titans.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's going to be the situation, but it does look quite great if your name's Blackjack, right? Smack dab center zone, a really good position to play from. But then you got to look at the angles being held by Greedy as well, still being, positioned up on that glorious bit of elevation they have at their disposal. URUS, on the meanwhile, all the way down the hill, so it does really put them in a bit of a challenging position, because they have to be so much more cautious as to how they play these angles. And also still Black Hand, slowly just lurking in, but still keeping their eyes pretty much glued on the edge of zone.
I like what I'm seeing. I mean, there is that opportunity for them to pick up a bit of a better pacing into this one. I mean, Miramar was so close to them. It was so close to being a Black Hand win. And then, unfortunately, both the likes of RUKH and GREEDYFORKILLS stepped in and, well, yeah, they shut that one down. So, GREEDYFORKILLS, just on the edge of Prison. A bit of a rotation. RUKH Esports, unfortunately, not having that same energy as when compared to yesterday. They've really been having a tough day.
Yeah, they really have been having such a tough day indeed. But where will these next few plays now look to go towards? Because, I mean, we got VISTA, we got RUKH, we got Black Hand, and quite a few others still occupying those edges of zone. But CRYPTICS, this is going to be the opportunity now to try and really get their foot in the door, trying to just leverage a little bit of a risky spot that they've got. I mean, they are situated down in that bowl, only holding on to a two-piece, and they still 13 other teams to contend with to try and secure themselves some strong footing here. The Titans, I like what they're doing, just inching up on the edge of Prison. This will allow them that vantage point moving down in towards that next zone, but also still make it a little bit more challenging for anyone to just blindly rush up onto them.
I'm liking that, just shutting down that visual aspect here for the team. So engagement, I mean, starting that altercation, the options are going to be limited. So that's definitely going to give them a little bit of hesitation to jump in, but it's not necessarily going to deter them completely, because we know no team can shy away from these fights. No team can say, well, we don't want to get eliminations. You're not going to win finals that way, my friends. You're not going to win finals. So bringing in that action. Now this move from the mind weapon, the 3-1 split actually from Hamoud, who's just moved on into the lower section here. They just might be able to find an opening over towards URUS, but URUS, they're keeping things condensed. They're making sure that they're not overexposing.
And that's a very, very great approach to be taking at this point, right? Because you want to play your cards as close to your chest as you possibly can. You don't want to relinquish that control unnecessarily. But of course, it is going to be URUS now rushing straight on forward, looking to apply all the pressure they can find. But will they get that angle through on towards the mine weapon? Because Max, hiding on that edge, is going to be cooking up the nade. Now, waiting to just send it over. And as easy as that, they find the hit. And that is going to be the end of the road, as the players there from URUS now get backed up and shipped out.
Loving that. The mind weapon, hello, welcome to you, joining us here on second day of finals, bringing in this kind of energy. Come on, let's have some more of it. But yeah, URUS, man, you know, that's the danger of running such a condensed position and such a condensed rotation, is you relegate yourself down to one little nade. One little nade can make the whole difference. We're also going to be saying goodbye to Wave. Titans moved on in for the finish, and they will thankfully be getting their revenge. Full cycle revenge, all the way from Milta. This is where Titans find their revenge.
Well, let's see. Are they going to be able to just push that momentum now? As we know, the zone getting ready to close up. The mine weapon, in the meanwhile, are going to be venturing in towards the world of battle. And looking at that compound that they are going to be fighting in, it is such a challenging position to play in. So curious to see who's going to be the one to walk out of that one with everything still intact. Of course, now the zone about to show us where it is going to be taking us towards. And it's going to be a zone bless now for CRYPTICS and Blackjack, as the rest of the teams are having to go through such a grueling approach now to get themselves secured, moving towards the zone, not even within the zone.
Finals, baby. This is what we want. The Mind Weapon off of the bat of a fantastic engagement against URUS. Well, sorry, it's unfortunately going to be the end of their journey here. We've already had 4 teams joining us in the donut shop. There is still that danger for Blackjack and Virtual Gaming that if they don't pick up a little bit of action, a little bit of pointing, they will also be grabbing some early donuts here for the second day. The World of Battle. They've had some good start. Yesterday brought in such a fantastic top 5 performance. Already now up with 3 eliminations. But RUKH have been those shining stars for me. Picking up some good consistency in terms of eliminations. 5 to 6. Now over towards Erangel. They have a potential to double down. Already with 2. Can they make this happen up against the team of the World of Battle?
We don't know just yet, because as we know, the players here from the World of Battle also going to be looking to pick up a little bit of that momentum that they were showing just yesterday. We know that they were able to bring in such a good standing, but is that going to be enough? Will that suffice? In the meanwhile, it's going to be Arab Golden still fighting towards that shelter prison positioning, trying to see if they can get out of there and inch their way closer to the zone itself. RUKH trying to reach across with the utilities. It's going to be AXA. Now looking for the opportunity. Spots the pixels. Sends it out. But does not find that knock just yet. The meanwhile, Greedy, they're not going to stick around for anything as they move forward, pushing back in towards the zone. And this is a bit of a throw-off to see who's going to be the one to get those shots connecting through. Brody managing to dodge the utility. RUKH does fall, though. And they're inching the way a little bit closer. But now AXA cooks it up. There we go. It's a slam dunk. And that is Arab Golden getting shipped on out.
Hey, Titans should go play some basketball, man. They know how to dunk those nades. But now, as you said, we built up this contention here between RUKH and the World of Battle. The World of Battle, in the meantime, they have lost 1 player. RUKH, they were in danger of doing the same, but thankfully the health bars are back up to where they should be. Still compound in hand, but that zone has moved up just an inch to force them to think about other positions, to think about better avenues. But with the World of Battle behind them, we've got GREEDYFORKILLS reaching in. Blackjack up ahead of them. So this rotation, oh, it is going to be tough. They can't just rotate out. They can't just leave. They will be exposing themselves to 3 other teams.
Yeah. It's going to be a super toasty performance, but the World of Battle not going to be backing out. They're going to be looking to just hunker down and fight the good fight here, as they know there's so much on the line. Already sitting with 4 eliminations to their name, having a good helping of that. It's just going to strengthen their points moving forward. But let's see now, the utility is getting sent out. That is going to be Arthur to be found. Mohammed trying to make the play, sneaking it in through the crevices as the blue zone is inching closer and closer, but RUKH, relentless in their efforts, going to continue to send through that barrage of utility. They want to keep them at bay, but Ghazi now running it right into the line of sight as Mohammed picks up yet another one.
What? How is this reach from Mohammed? One of the few members still available here from the World of Battle, but unfortunately going down finally to RUKH. They finally shut down that engagement. Kron still up, going to be able to get that res onto Arthur, and now the push comes through. Will they be able to get the Mohammed? And will we see RUKH relinquishing 2 players to the lobby with such a gorgeous nade from Kron?
Yeah, I mean, Kron and nades, they just go hand in hand, right? But let's see whether or not Kron will be able to get the job done. Yes, is the answer. They find again. And that is RUKH having the door slammed in their face. They have to settle for 7th, and that is all they'll get. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Blackjack just sitting quite comfortably over on towards the western edge of zone. Looking quite steady in the compound. Kron now having their work cut out for them. I don't see an easy way back in towards the zone. Hopefully, Blackjack gets distracted, and that could provide the opportunity for Kron then to inch their way back into zone.
Would love to see this moving through from the likes of Kron, but it's not going to be easy. Already Phonics spotting out a few of those pixels, taking a couple of shots. Kron, time is limited. The blue zone moving in. At least they have a lot of loot to work with, right? They've got a lot of boxes they can go and pick up, but it's not going to make it that much easier. Hopefully those boxes have some smokes, or a bit of a lucky charm, because they are going to need everything going their way if they want to make this push in. Phonics just locking this one down.
Well, they're going to need everything in a bag of Skittles, as we can see Virtual Gaming Squad now pushing forward as well. Phonics trying to greet them with a warm hand, but the shots continue to fly. It's going to be Hulk now pushing up, and that is a slam! As Virtual Gaming Squad also then falls to Blackjack.
Oh no, what are we looking at? Kron, I mean, the bag of Skittles is here. It was Virtual Gaming. They were the perfect distraction for Kron now to close up some of that distance, getting closer, hopefully, towards the side of Blackjack Esports. Not quite yet where they would want to be. They're still out in the open, at least not in the blue zone. But yeah, Virtual Gaming, oof, that didn't go the way they definitely planned it to. Black Hand in a similar situation now, relegated down to only one. Oh, and it's going to be Plaza to find that nade onto Marshall. Good opener, but of course, Senke still out in the grasses, and a reach in from GREEDYFORKILLS will send Black Hand packing, and CRYPTICS very close to joining them.
Oh, yes. I mean, they are super, super close. We can see Senke also now getting spotted out. The shots flying in. It's going to be Greedy looking to close it up. Senke trying to duck and weave, but that will not work out as they have to settle for 4. 3 eliminations to their name, though, so not the worst run. But look at this. Greedy sitting up on 8. We've got Blackjack on 9. We've got the World of Battle sitting on 7. It's like the teams came out here with a plan, right? Kron, as we know, our magnificent utility player. I mean, Kron's utility has just been so on point. As we saw coming through from yesterday. Already again today, some great plays. But will that now result into anything glorious for the World of Battle?
Rolling situation here for Blackjack Esports and GREEDYFORKILLS. Blackjack up with 4. They've got Zone Blessed. They've got 2 players in center. They've got MG out in the open, just trying to find those flanking angles on towards GREEDYFORKILLS and any stragglers that they might find. Cough, cough, Kron. But of course, then we have to look and see how GREEDYFORKILLS will shut this one down. Did they make a straight push on in? Is Reno going to be the bait?
Well, I'd say yes. Maybe. I mean, it looks that way, right? And is that bait, though, going to result into anything? Because it now boils down to only Zuxi. Look and see if they can maybe find a bit of a cheeky spray here. Blackjack now just looking to stretch their legs. Kron using the opportunity to inch their way closer and closer to zone. But there's only 2 solos currently standing between Blackjack and that winner chicken dinner. Who's going to be the one to find it? We don't know just yet. I mean, looking at the probabilities, the odds, Blackjack having really strong odds coming through, but Zuxi not going to go down without a fight, as they do find quite a bit of a spray into Phonics. Up comes a bit of a push here as well. As we can see, here's not going to be backing down, looking to find that last little bit of trade. They want to add in that 12th elimination.
Loving this from Blackjack Esports. Great game coming through from them. 12 eliminations on the board would be massive. Zuxi will be the 12th, and will they add the 13th? It's going to be up to the utility man of Kron.
Well, let's see whether or not Kron is going to be able to get it done, though. I mean, definitely out of reach of utility, that is for certain.
Ooh.
But it's not going to stop those ledge shots as they are getting fired across. MG looking a little bit emboldened now as they rush on forward. Phonics, of course, up on the back. Up they come full, sending it the 1-4s. MG almost getting picked up, but that is going to be Kron getting backed up, shipped out, and sent back to the lobby, having to settle for 2nd place. Blackjack claiming a glorious 13 elimination, winner chicken dinner, and over 2100 damage being delivered.
This is massive. What a gorgeous start coming through here for the likes of Blackjack Esports to pick up a winner chicken dinner in the finals. I believe it is their first one as well. So good starting for them to really bring in that kind of energy with those 13 eliminations. I mean, we are hitting... we are hitting some ridiculous numbers today. We had GREEDYFORKILLS taking 17 eliminations in the first match, and then we've just been doubling down since then. I don't think any winner chicken dinner winner has really been letting go of some of those gorgeous eliminations, but gorgeous start from Blackjack.
Yeah, definitely an absolutely phenomenal start coming through there from Blackjack. But that's the kind of momentum that we want to see teams being able to build up, right? Really solidifying all the knowledge that they've been able to gather, not only in the previous day of the finals, but also everything that has come before that, right? Through all those days of league, because Yes, Blackjack, they have stepped up previously in league, but not to this extent, not bringing in such dominating performance as we just witnessed.
And again, this is what we talk about the finals, where teams start to bring in the best performances they brought before. Obviously, in the league phases, they tend to hold back just a tad. You know, they don't necessarily go full sending the way that we've just seen for Blackjack Esports. And again, there's all that inconsistency with groups, with maps changing back and forth. So now, with an equal playing ground, Blackjack Esports just brought in a highlighting moment. So let's go take a look at the recap.
نجمة جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأرأيت بيبدأه. لا 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 لا.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 Finals. It is day number 2. We just concluded match number 3. Of course, things are really starting to pick up as the teams are just looking to crack open a few cans of, well, things I can't really say here. But yes, they are cracking open cans that they needed to have cracked open long ago. And speaking of cans, let's see how many teams got some cans to open up as we head over into the leaderboard. I don't know why I'm obsessed with cans right now, but either which way, you know what? Maybe it's because I can. Whatever. Let's take a look at the points.
Why did you add another one? Okay, yeah. Blackjack Esports, 13 eliminations, 23 overall points. Loving to see that. A double dose of 13 for the World of Battle and greedy for kills. Ultimately, once again, some massive eliminations coming through from the teams. The World of Battle, greedy for kills, Titans, locking it down. And we had a bit of a better showing coming through from Black Hand. It's again, for Black Hand, I think today they're taking a bit of a page out of the Triple book, right? They're making sure that they're staying consistent. We haven't seen Triple at all bringing in that consistency as well. So I'm just saying, we're seeing a little bit of an upset. But let's take a look at that second page and see who joined us in the donut shop.
Ooh.
Oh, hello, customers.
Well, at least we've got enough seats. That's a good thing. Great that we planned ahead. As I mean, that's all it is, right? You got to set it up properly. But speaking about setups, I mean, RUKH having to settle for that 1 point coming through, and it's pretty tough looking at what we know these teams are capable of, and you know how these matches play out, because it looks like they're going to be performing so strong. You know, stepping up with everything that they can find, bringing in all these upsets. And then the points are an upset, right? It's not working out, but I guess that's kind of what we have to settle with, right? That is what the finals are, as the teams really are put through the paces, and of course having to just survive all the tests that they are presented. But speaking about tests, of course we are going to be heading into a quick break, so we should stay tuned. I'll see you guys right back afterwards with game number 4.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. We've seen a few gremlins that we've beaten. The teams have also beaten a few obstacles as they've progressed through our first half of the day. That means we are going to be going back to copy, paste, repeat, right? We are going to be heading over to Miramar for match number 4 to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and how they're going to be applying what they've been able to gather over the past 3 matches.
Yeah, look, we've had some upsets. We started off with the Miramar with a really fantastic game from GREEDYFORKILLS. They were immediately shut down on towards Sanhok, and then we had the World of Battle stepping up just previously and over towards Erangel, as well as, of course, Blackjack, who took that winner chicken dinner. So, in terms of the ebb and flow that we've seen today, we were already talking about different teams. Blackjack moving in, the World of Battle moving in, RUKH. I mean, again, consistency looking like to be the key for them. Loving what I'm seeing from Blackhand as well. So it's not as explosive, I would say, as yesterday in terms of the points that we're talking about in terms, the spread, but it's consistent enough that we should be seeing some shifting on those standings.
Yes, and the shifting is what we're here for, right? We want to see what these teams are going to be doing. But of course, want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Much love going out to them, right? We need all the energy that we can find as the teams are yet to push through their final 3 matches. So all we got to do is see what the teams are going to bring through. I mean, do you think this is the point where we're going to be having a little bit of a change-up come through with regards to our flight path? Maybe the zone's going to get a little bit kooky somewhere?
If we put it out in the open, if we put it out in the world, it's definitely going to come through. The zone is just waiting for that opportunity to really mess with the players. It's been doing it in league phases, then we come through to the finals, and then it gives you like a normal zone, and all of a sudden you feel like you've got PTSD, you don't trust it, you're paranoid. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we jump into this Miramar and, I don't know, we get something ridiculous.
Well, there's only one way to find out, right? We're going to be hopping on the plane momentarily to see exactly what our teams are going to be presented with. But, I mean, looking at the point situation as it's slowly inching up, right? It is still so contentious between these teams. We, again, still not really seeing any breakaway performances coming through. And I think that speaks volumes as to the capabilities of the teams, right? Showing that regardless of what obstacles they're thrown, regardless of what the zone is doing to them, they're still looking to keep it tight. We know, I mean, Triple's still sitting with about like a 30-point lead, but that is something that could be amended in one single match, right? We have seen a 30-point game come through, even though it only happened once. But let's take a look and see, maybe we could have a bit of a surprise coming through as we now venture over into the desert.
Of all places, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a new record happening in the finals. Honestly, at this rate, these teams can do it, man. If anyone can do it, it is these teams. They can bring the heat. But of course, we know flight path a little bit dodgy. It's spelling some chaos for me. Really, like starting off in that northern side. If it does follow suit with that one, because we've had so many southern zones, right? So in terms of the statistics, I'm feeling a little bit of that northern section happening, like Cruz del Fal, El Azahar, even Campo Militar would be wild to have in a Miramar zone.
Yes. Yes. I want that. I don't. I don't want that. There we go.
You do, but you don't. Yes.
Yes.
No, you keep them guessing.
Yes. I'm indecisive about what it is that I'm going to be looking for
Yeah,
exactly.
North, we don't care.
That's fine. Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, it's not going to spill my coffee, so I'm happy about it either which way. But let's see where this one then goes. The teams are looking to get themselves situated. Again, the situation up in towards Las Leones. The same old, same old. But, yeah, you know.
Yes, this is what I love. I mean, water treatment, Al Azhar, Tor Al Muda. I mean, yes. Torre, what did I say there? Tor Al Muda? Wow,
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
I'm gonna leave it. Terra Bronca.
It's a new spot. It's a new spot on Miramar. It's a new spot.
Yeah. Look, the fact is that we're seeing actually Oasis being involved in this zone. That provides a little bit of an interest to me because if we continue that northwestern push, we might even see. It could happen. We might even see a bit of an Oasis finish. But ultimately, water treatment, Cruz del Val, those are going to be the focal points here for teams if they want to get themselves into center.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean, maybe even a bit of that Torre Ahamuda could come through as well. I mean, if they rotate far enough north, that's just on the edge of Oasis, on the opposite end. So let's see where it is going to go. In the meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from Lag, sitting all the way up in towards the glorious Impala. We do see Fajita again, just so close to them. But I mean, this is what we've kind of grown accustomed to. Fajita really holding onto that front line, trying to see if they can maybe spot out a bit of an opportunity, then relaying that information back, if any. And then Triple makes that decisive move. But I'm also curious to see what's going to come through between the players there from RUKH and RUKH, right? A little bit of that R&R action towards the northern side of the zone.
Yep, a bit of an interesting one for me as well because for RUKH, it's been that steady pacing today. I mean, with the points that they've been bringing in, again, it hasn't been massive, right? If we go back to game number 1, we looked at them bringing in around, what was it, 5 points total. Then we went into game number 2, and again, it was also like only 1 point. And then here and there's another 4 eliminations. Then again, there's another 3 eliminations. But the placements and the way in which they managed to actually take in, the surprising factor today means that there's a little bit of hope finding themselves into that top 3 placement on towards Miramar, having that chance for that winner chicken dinner. And then again, just doubling down and getting some consistent points. I would love to see them take this Miramar as the start for an explosive game. But in the same token, this is also where we saw the likes of CRYPTICS, Titans, Triple. I mean, you take your pick at the top standing teams, stepping up and bringing in their own consistency.
Yes. Yes. I mean, and as we know, consistency is absolutely key because that's the way that you climb the ladder. Sometimes you skip a few steps along the way, but sure, right? It's all part of the process. And what we've seen is the more consistent teams are able to be, the stronger those results are at the end of the day. And I mean, if you are a team coming into the finals and you have some pretty strong consistency to flex and just utilize, I mean, you're going to be smiling, right? You're going to be having an interesting way to move through.
Absolutely. These teams, they've been fighting for that slot. I mean, even with RUKH's consistency, they actually haven't been changing up in terms of placements just yet. They're just on the edge of finally moving themselves out of that 13th placement and getting themselves closer and closer. But it is going to require a lot more consistency and hopefully a little bit of an explosive energy because, as you said, the point gap that we're seeing for Triple yesterday, they obviously made a bit of a big splash. They were the first team to get those triple digits, and then they just went on to 100 and very close to 160 points, with our second team then being closer to that 100 mark. And now that gap has been lost almost in the likes of this day. So for Triple Esports especially, I need them to make this map their own. I need them to bring in some wild performance. It doesn't even have to be wild. I guess just consistent. Get some eliminations. Get maybe a placement point or 2, and that could be enough to keep them in the number 1 slot.
Yeah, because as we can see, Titans definitely looking to close that gap up. There's quite a bit of heat coming through onto the side of Triple. But if these stage anything to fall back on or provide a little bit of additional information, I don't think Triple are going to be looking too worried at this point. All they got to do is just maintain the focus, keep their eye on the prize, and just continue to play the best possible PUBG that they can, game after game.
That's the hope. These teams are in finals for a good, very, very good reason. But yeah, it will be up to them. Meanwhile, we've spoken about that northern rotation. We had obviously a few teams taking a bit of a trip in. Not a single team looking at Oasis. Just saying, cough, cough. Maybe one day we'll see if anyone's going to be actually looking at that one. I think in the league phases, it was only Mo Esports that dropped there once on Miramar. So I mean, it's Oasis. Like who goes to Oasis on Miramar? But one day, you never know. Maybe the zone might actually force the players into Oasis.
Yeah, one day in a land far, far away. Right.
In my dreams.
Yes. Yes. But it does seem like Storm could maybe draw a little bit closer towards that, as you can see Storm now just rotating up all the way on that far northern approach. Meanwhile, the World of Battle taking a quick little pit stop over in towards Picardo before rotating further onwards and upwards in towards the zone. CRYPTICS also just moving along that western front. But Titans, they are taking a super wide rotation, rotating all the way around El Paso through the blue, maybe opting to pull through La Cobreria and come in on that western side. And that is going to be quite the rotation if they pull it off. That could be opening up so many opportunities for them. But speaking about opportunities, in the meanwhile, we do have Triple and Wave getting into a little bit of an altercation all the way down in Puerto.
There was actually a bit of an interesting focus. Shout out to our viewers, Dr. Strange, you spotted it out, I didn't. CRYPTICS on Miramar, right? 0 KD.
Yes.
On CRYPTICS on Miramar. 0 KD. Nothing that's really moving for them on the side of Miramar. That is a stat that is not easy for me to process, because it's CRYPTICS, because of their experience, because of the legend of CRYPTICS. I don't understand how that's actually a stat that they're bringing into the finals, because it's been a rough day one for them just in terms of Miramar alone, and now we're back again. If they can make something happen here, I think that would just be massive for their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, now it's going to be the time to bring in the upset, to bring in that extra little bit of spice that we've not yet seen, because the rest of the teams have gotten pretty accustomed to, as we've now established, right? CRYPTICS not having the craziest performance when it comes to Miramar. So what better time to step up and bring in all the surprises that you can bring in, right here, the last Miramar for the day. The opportunity is now, right? Get the job done, step up and show us what you can bring. But in the meanwhile, as we can see, as the teams are pushing forward, it's going to be VISTA and Arab Golden getting into a little bit of an altercation on the edge here, as VISTA are trying to focus on their rotation, but Arab not having any of it.
In the meantime, you've also avoided the fact that the zone moved up to that northwestern side. We're getting closer to Oasis, DK. I'm saying, I believe this could happen, but VISTA now, a little bit of Tokyo Drift action. Car chase now down to water treatments, as VISTA obviously are leading the pack. Mazara a little bit trailing behind. Not exactly the fastest vehicle you could use for a car chase here. I mean, when compared to a Lamborghini, come on. But they should be able to stay safe for now, because Arab Golden have a little bit more to deal with. The World of Battle making the rotation on the east, on this high ridge as well. Ooh, and if we can see Arab Golden taking this cut off, if they can get themselves situated right up ahead, maybe they can reach back in. But it is going to be a difficult one. Out to the open, Rugal goes down. Monster trucks, man. They carry that risk.
It's the monster truck madness, Ez. That's exactly what it is. But of course, speaking about madness, White sends one up right into Wanted. Let's see if URUS are going to be able to uphold this madness that we are looking at right now. Oh, the answer is yes. Look at the sprays. And that is such a performance. Of course, there was a little bit of a helping hand that came through, but URUS managing to survive and just capitalizing as Arab Golden fold right in front of them.
A Loving the double nade action coming through. Virtual Gaming looking to follow up. One shot out in the open. Not a position really to help out. And now Alpha Luigi going down. It's only left to Hulk. If they drop here, if they fall, we could be relegating Virtual Gaming down to 1, maybe even down to nothing, depending on what RUKH Esports have to say for this. We can see the Mind Weapon moving in. A little bit of scouting action. Rami just holding on, really being a thorn in the side of Virtual Gaming.
Well, I mean, this is a desert, so expect quite a few thorns to come through. Hulk, one shot, now just going to be holding strong. Looking to see if they can pick up the pieces. RUKH down to 2-piece. I mean, this is some pretty tough odds to play with. But that's not going to stop Virtual from trying to push on in. 2v2, this is the shot that we want. And of course, a little bit of a reach coming through from the top of the hill there. As one shot now is met with the shots there all the way from the Mind Weapon. So RUKH having quite a bit of a saving grace, especially on the edge here. Of course, the nade is going to be sent out to close it up. And one shot now trying to figure out how they are going to look to play this one out. Because aside from the players already applying the pressure on RUKH, there's still so many other teams just hanging around in the vicinity.
Yeah, in the meantime, we've also had that zone just shifting off of Oasis, so unfortunate, no Oasis for me today. It's okay. But it is going to center on a bit of a ridgeline. That valley, that road is going to be so awkward to fight. It's going to come down to which teams have set themselves up on the northern side, which teams have set themselves up on the southern side. So right now, no one can really afford to take these engagements for too long, because rotation has to be on their mind. If they don't get a good setup into this last phase, I'm expecting it to center on that road line, and we know there's not a lot of cover there. We've seen teams having to take these sort of awkward engagements before, so rotations once again, the key focus here for anyone who wants to have a shot in the final phase. But RUKH, they want this final hit. They want this one-shot player to go down swinging so that at least they ease up some of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of expected at this point. So let's see whether or not that is going to be the case. Meanwhile, we are going to be looking over to center zone. It is going to be RUKH playing King of the Hill against the players here from Black Hand. The shots have been fired. Black Hand still holding on to 3-piece. It's going to be Koa, Storm, and Plaza. So let's see if they can maybe pick up a bit of an approach. They are going to be heading further down the hillside, looking to just get out of reach. But is that going to allow them that opportunity that they are looking for? Because the world of battle just waiting down below. And this is Black Hand now getting caught with their hands in the cookie jar.
A little bit of an awkward engagement. Again, this is flashback to map number 1. Black Hand and RUKH now once again being the thorn in each other's sides. Meanwhile, the Mind Weapon VISTA already had a little bit of that drifting action, had a bit of a car chase. Now VISTA down to try and fight their way into the zone. Not going to be an easy means whatsoever. 3-1 split for them. Zaro now up trying to hold the line here. Give a little bit of that bait and switch. Smoke's already being deployed because rotations are going to be tough. If the Mind Weapon block them here, if they waste their time blocking them from getting into the zone, VISTA are not going to have an easy approach into this next phase.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. So let's see how VISTA are going to pull this one through. The zone also getting ready to pop again. Where will it go? Ooh, it centers up. It centers up. This is now the opportunity for RUKH, Black Hand, and the World of Battle to try and strengthen their current positioning. But looking at CRYPTICS and URUS, I mean, they're still holding on to that extra bit of elevation on that southern side. And that is going to spell quite a bit of problems now for the teams up north.
Like I said, it's a valley, right? So you want to be those teams on the mountain. You don't want to find yourself in the Valley of Doom because, well, doom and death, unfortunately. So eliminations now, these teams, these rotations. VISTA, again, can't waste too much time here with Triple Esports. RUKH has already wasted a little bit of their time moving in with that rotation. You can see they're relegated down to only 1. The Mind Weapon, with that rotation, they said, cool. We don't care about VISTA anymore. We don't. We need to focus on rotations, which I like, but then Triple has just taken that mantle up, and now a bit of a back and forth, losing Thor, Fajita down as well. So with the meds, hopefully they'll be able to get themselves back into the action.
Yeah, hopefully they will, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be a tough play to come through. Fajita now having a great opportunity to quickly get themselves on the mend. Meanwhile, Wave Also finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament, right? It is going to be Mostar and Gaddafi trying to hold strong. As you can see, Mostar trying to bring that res back through. But Triple moving up, and this could be that opportunity. Meanwhile, RUKH will have their bags shipped on through. And it's still going to be such a tough play as the action continues down in the valley. Blackjack also venturing up, but they're going to be running into Greedy, as both these teams are still going to be looking to get a bit of a foothold secured in the zone.
Oh, Phonics out in the open, Blackjack Esports again. They had such a fantastic game. It just seems like every single team that has a winner-winner chicken dinner or a good game in the previous gets a target put on their back for the next. Immediately, everyone in the lobby turning to shut down this approach from Blackjack Esports. Already Hisk down on the floor. MG and Zeke now trying to return the favor, get those reses on up. But this is it. URUS, they want to shut this one down.
Oh, and they're going to come in super eager. It is going to be FAROUKH cooking up the nade. Will it reach in? MG has got the same idea. But who's going to be the first one to let it loose? It's definitely not going to be MG. And then nade doesn't find anything except them getting stripped out and sent back. It is now down to Hisk and Zeke. The vehicle goes boom. And this just eats away at their health bar ever so slightly. URUS, they know what they need to do. They know where they need to go. But are they going to be able to find the opportunity? Again, the utilities are deployed. That makes it so challenging. It's mollies all over the place. And I love this approach. URUS just trying to limit Blackjack as best they can. But let's see, will Zeke and Hisk be able to survive? Down goes Hisk. It now turns to Zeke. FAROUKH pushing up. Ooh, they know that there's something just there. Zeke, however, finds the nade on towards Ramsey. Up comes FAROUKH. This could be the trade, the play. The shots are in. It's a chase around the box. And who's going to find it? Zeke clutches it out, picks up the hit. Up comes Raouf, trying to close it in. And they do succeed, sending Blackjack right back into that lobby. And we are now down to our final 12 teams.
Loving this energy coming through from these teams. That zone now once again needs to make the deciding factor. We're still going to be utilizing that valley, but again, Ra'ad, Black Hand, the opposition that they have here, it's going to be minimal, right? Because they've already got their position in this zone. They've got a great line of sight onto any teams now trying to enter into this one. And all of those southern teams that had the other side of the mountain, the other side of the valley, well, they need to get a little bit closer into the fray. And for the likes of URUS, Wave, Triple, I mean, VISTA as well, at least Bisk from VISTA, this rotation into this eastern side is not going to provide them a lot of opportunity for longevity, because as they're going to go from fight to fight to fight, they're not going to have cover. They're not going to have actual ground to just take some breath, to take some time, and reset.
Yep, that is going to be the challenge, right? You want to see if that is going to be an option anywhere. I mean, I know you just said it's not going to be easy for them to accomplish that, but who knows? We've seen these teams overcome some really challenging situations. And of course, now Icy trying to reach up into the side there of the Mind Weapon. Again, playing a little bit of that Valley action here, but it's quite the reach, as Triple can't focus or get too tunnel vision on that approach, because they still need to secure themselves within the zone. Meanwhile, Ra'ad now just trying to fend off the advances coming through from the side of Lag, pushing in, and this is what we want to see. Lag now stepping up. Escanol actually finding Mexico. I mean, a knock is a knock, but not your own teammate, though. Come on, Ra'ad just waiting steadily on the edge right here, waiting to see what Lag are going to bring.
And Apinsa as well, taking a battle on two fronts. They had to deal with Titans as well, but thankfully they've gotten those reses on up. Now finding the second here from Lag Esports is Escanor and Knight to hold on to the battle. But look at this, the rotation from Hazem could be all but naught. It could be the flank. However, they just missed it. Just that one shot they needed.
Wow, Lag. I mean, they just playing this match so differently. I love what Knight was doing there, but unfortunately we are going to say goodbye to A9Q and Mexico. It's now up to Ra'ad still to bring in a little bit of dominance. Titans, in the meanwhile, are going to be creeping up, as we can see, moving in from that southern approach. VISTA also then getting sent away, settling for that 10th place. 2 Elims coming through on their name. But look at this, Titan in a very challenging spot. I mean, it looked like, on the map at least, like they had an easy approach to sneak in behind Ra'ad, but looking at what they have, actually, it's going to be a super challenging approach.
It's a very difficult hold now for RUKH. Again, good positioning into the zone, but everyone wants to take that real estate away from them. Lag already moved on in. Unfortunately, RUKH not in position to get the res onto Hazem. They were just way too far off with that 3-1 split. Lag still going to be a thorn in the side. Titans as well have reached in and time out and given RUKH a little bit of a run for their money. But for now, everyone's gone quiet on the western front. Towards the east, we still have all of our teams now to make a rotation a play. GREEDYFORKILLS, Vivo, again, isolated. So we are going to be relegating GREEDYFORKILLS down to 2. And now waiting to see how the zone is going to favor our teams.
Well, I mean, it's not really going to favor anybody per se, but it's going to just continue with the carnage. It's going to force these teams to just kind of continue with what they've been doing right here. Looking at the opportunities available, it does definitely look like it's playing into the hand here of RUKH because they got that slight bit of elevation. But even Blackhand, I mean, they also not really out of it. They do still have quite a bit of elevation to play from, but I don't know if that allows them great visibility down towards that southern edge.
Yeah, the southern edge is, again, it's just that opposite end of the valley. We've got a few teams now just holding onto the high rise, like GREEDYFORKILLS and CRYPTICS. So they're trying to cut down any line of sight that has been given freely, but we know it's not going to be the end just yet. GREEDYFORKILLS at least managing to keep up the 3P, so Feeble will hopefully not be going down in vain. However, once again, this valley just... You get nervous, man. You know, you can just look on those ridge lines. There's a player peeking in. They can jump in for some action as soon as possible. But look at this, the Mind Weapon taking complete control of RUKH's position.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Teams stepping up, claiming some new territory. It is going to be Zardor to get taken down. Escanol coming through with a bit of a carry here. 2 eliminations up. Accounting for 2/3 of the eliminations we can see now for the entirety of Lag here. But where will it go? It's CRYPTICS. They can take it out, but they got 1 elimination. Ooh, they might have added to their KD, stepping it up, shaking up a few surprises. URUS also getting taken down. Knight does fall alongside all the bit of actions you see unfolding. It's going to be Max and Ahmood holding on to the hilltop, trying to really limit the approach here for Lag. But I like this now. The Mind Weapon, they look eager to close it up as they come on the approach. Ah, the jump shots, the DBSs, and that is all you need as Lag. You're taken out in 7th place, and 6 now remain, looking to establish some kind of a play. But the Mind Weapon so far out of that zone, and I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to sneak their way back in. That could actually be a glorious play for them.
I think it really could turn the tables for the Mind Weapon because they get moving in behind RUKH, who's already been relegated down to 1. Titans, who's just up ahead of them, that also have to focus on Blackhand, and now the World of Battle and GREEDYFORKILLS reaching on in from the southern side. So there's not a lot of options for these teams, unfortunately, now to really make a play should the Mind Weapon actually take that southern approach. And, well, that means that the Mind Weapon could turn this into a win.
Yep, they could, but let's see how this one is going to go. Now Titans trying to find a little bit more of a comfortable position to be in. Also maybe going to be opting for that raise over towards AXA, as we can see Puncher now moving through. But Greedy holding steady. That we haven't really seen all that much coming through from Greedy in this match so far. Liking to just keep it as quiet as they can, setting up a bit of a trap, I would assume. Right, but the zone, yep, it's going to force their hand. They have to get out of their hidey hole. They have to move up towards the north. And with World of Battle holding just alongside them, yeah, it's going to be a very, very risky approach.
Cheeky play from Titans, that 2 to split once again, 2 on the high rise, 2 coming through from the valley. So good opportunity for them to pincer any of the remaining teams, especially GREEDYFORKILLS and the World of Battle, if they can work together. But again, that looming threat of the Mind Weapon moving in might be making all the difference. The Mind Weapon could be the change. Hazem out in the open is going to be able to get a little bit of a medkit up, although they are very exposed. So as soon as that movement is going to happen, as soon as they have to make that rotation, because they do, they're out in the open, well, yeah, they've got Blackhand that could reach in, maybe grabbing a few eliminations before they get in ready for this next phase.
Alright, so this is gonna be that play now,
Oh,
right?
no.
Oh!
Yeah, I said it.
Koa. Just ripping it up. Just pressing the edge there, reaching through with the M4, just picking up 2 World of Battles right there. It's now down to Kron and Muhammad looking to kind of keep it together. But the blue zone is going to be relentless, right? We've still got a minute or so before that blue zone has closed up completely. So that gives them a little bit of time to figure out a way back in towards the zone.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, it is going to be Ra'ad, Ghazi, and just holding steady, right? Not looking to let anything slip from their fingers here. Will the battle, though, managing to sneak up right onto the cliff sides. Black-handed, meanwhile, they've been running into a few obstacles.
Yeah, unfortunately, Coda got down. They was very close to being a double down coming through from, the likes of Black Hand. But thankfully, they have some spacing now to work with. Again, this is what this rotation has brought them, making sure they can get themselves into this high rise, having this momentum, having this like line of sight. It gives them not only the opportunity to get elims, but it also gives them the opportunity to calm it down when they need to res up, to get ready for the next fight. Zuxi now a stretch in from Greedy for Kills, as unfortunately they are in the valley of doom and death, and it's not going to be an easy approach. You can just look at it, all the teams reaching in, especially Titans, to take them out.
Oh, but Reno's still going to be holding there on the edge. P6 not going to be settling for that. Instead, they just want to refine that position, get that extra bit of leverage. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Ghazi now having to go toe-to-toe here with the mind weapon. Hamad and Max bringing in quite a bit of a performance here. I love this for the mind weapon. But is it going to result into those much needed points, right? Already 6 eliminations to their name, so they've been having a relatively good run when it comes to Miramar. But will they now be able to secure the extra dose of placement points that they're looking for? Of course, you can see down towards the center, that is where we have Titans, the players there from Black Hand, and of course the World of Battle, trying to figure out what is the best level to be on. And I think this is where things are going to get super interesting, especially once we hit this 9th stage, because we know there's no more zone. It's just going to be push, 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 push.
This is why I'm liking the position from the Mind Weapon, right? Because they have the highest elevation. So they are one of the only teams that have that ability to run with the zone. They can drop down. Whereas Titans, they can't exactly just jump half a cliff up to get themselves into the better position. And the same could be said for the World of Battle, for Black Hand. So it's going to be a tough terrain climb. Any team that can get to that top peak now will be securing themselves a better position into the zone. Titans, obviously very worried about them. Yes, they have center, but... yeah, it's going to be a very tough center for them to fight, because we got the Black Hand just on the opposite end, the World of Battle that can reach in from that southern portion. So they need to be very careful how they're exposing themselves.
Yeah, but the one thing that I'm curious about is, does Black Hand have the necessary ammunition to fight this last bit? Right, as we can see, of course, it does look like they've got plenty, right? I mean, 191 rounds, that should suffice for a little bit of a sweaty bit of gameplay to come through here. But looking at what Titan has in their arsenal, they are ready for the action. A little bit of that Groza action, but a DBS coming through as well. So you can bet your sheeps on this one. It is going to be a very, very sweaty play between these final 5 teams. I'm not quite sure what Ghazi is going to be doing, because, I mean, the Mind Weapon just keeping that position so tight on them.
Honestly, I don't even know how Ghazi hasn't been found out. Again, it's hide and seek over here towards the PMPL Africa Finals, and it's going to come down to the push. It's going to come down to that blue zone. How these teams are going to get forced into battle. Already Koa spotting out the World of Battle. Great opener on towards Kron. Muhammad backing off because they do not want to get a piece of this action. But look at this Titans. The reach in is perfect.
Oh, the timing is just so phenomenal. That is going to be Ra'ad. We don't have to worry about Ghazi anymore. Now, the World of Battle finding themselves in a bit of a predicament. Muhammad now just trying to ride out this wave. It is going to be Teak with a spray, but it's P6 and Axa both getting taken on down. Black Hand now trying to push up, but it's a 2-piece just holding on the edge. The World of Battle will get closed up. And here we go. It is going to be a 2v potential 1v2. So it is a duo fight to the finish to see who will be claiming that winner with a chicken dinner.
Loving this, the Mind Weapon again, that elevation, they can fall down. But look at this, the reach and Koha and Blaza actually going to be able to step on up. I take it back, it's Storm reaching in. Titans, hello. You suddenly have a bit of a surprise you weren't expecting.
Well, I mean, this is now just turned into quite the show. Teak does fall down to 2 we go. It's going to be Storm with the MG3 up against the DBS.
Oh.
The DBS comes out on top. There we have it, the Mind Weapon. Using their minds as weapons as they claim themselves the winner chicken dinner. 11 eliminations and over 2,100 damage dealt. I mean, this is no surprise. Looking at the hand all these teams were dealt, so challenging.
That zone, man, it was tough. And again, it came down to early rotations. If it did swing to the south, again, we would have been talking about CRYPTICS. We would have been talking about GREEDYFORKILLS having that advantage. But we asked it, right? It might be our fault. Potentially our fault. We said we wanted a wild zone. We said we wanted to challenge the teams, and well, that mountain was the perfect challenge. Just the step up in terms of the innovation these teams had to work with. You could see in that final battle, the Mind Weapon, even though they had the advantage, Blue Zone pushed them out into the open. We had Storm Plaza from Black Hand from the southern side just saying, hey, well, we've been waiting for you. Titans scrambling to try and get a res. And then we finish it off with a 1v1 against the Mind Weapon and Black Hand.
I mean, it's excitement, right? Excitement, all just compounding all over the place. And I mean, this is what we're kind of expecting to see as we progress further and further through the finals. The teams really being dealt such a heavy hand from the zone. I mean, looking at the terrain, such a challenging one. But of course, there was quite a few highlights to come through from this last match. And I think there are going to be a few key ones to take a look at. So let's see them. I think it's safe to say that it's been a full minute since we last saw a Miramar as challenging as the one we just witnessed. I mean, I've seen it move into many different places, but I don't think I've really seen it go to where it went in this match. I mean, so challenging on the teams to try and play the terrain, play all these angles, and still keep a cool head while going about their business.
Again, we talk about these teams that are trying to lock it down, going into the finals, we get rid of some of that, wild, inconsistency in terms of the randomness. And then, even when we give them all the maps and all the matches to play, the zone goes into something like this. So, RNG at its finest, but let's go take a look at those match rankings. We know Miramar was a bit wild. It was a bit like the Wild Wild West, but we have to give it up to the Mind Weapon for keeping that cool head, getting that winner chicken dinner, and the eliminations. Just absolutely fantastic point from them. Titans making a comeback. Finally, we get to say hello once again to Titans.
Yeah, it's been a while. We wanted to say this, just so many times before, but Titans stepping it up, locking in those double-digit elims, and this is the kind of play that we were expecting. But no, they just need to continue that moving into the final 2 matches of the day. So they're setting the bar for themselves. But of course, Black Hand, the World of Battle, also just stepping up, looking to meet them head on, securing themselves the 11 and 10 points respectively. But if you look at that, URUS though I mean, 7 elims coming through. Triple also picking up 6. So still some very aggressive performances coming in this match.
Yeah, again, like even though the teams aren't necessarily translating into those placements because they're taking those early engagements, because especially the way the Triple was handling that engagement against VISTA, they picked up massive eliminations, which at this stage, again, is just going to bolster them in the standings. Let's take a look at that second page, though. We know TEAMLAG going to be finishing off in 8th place with 4 points, so that's not a lot to leave for the second page, and we'll be welcoming Wave, Virtual Gaming, and Arab Golden to the donut shop. Clearly, these donuts are just legendary today.
Yes. They have to be. They have to be. I mean, why else?
Delicious.
Why else would you come back, right? I mean, we actually prefer maybe not having as many customers in the shop, but either which way, it still works out because it does look to balance things as we move forward. But seeing Greedy with only one elimination to their name, it tastes a little bit weird, but I guess it's okay, right? We'll take that. It's fine. It's fine. It was only one of the matches here today, and we know we still have 2 more to go. So next up is going to be Sanhok. But before we get there, right, we need to see what the result of all the carnage has been so far, right? 4 matches
Ooh.
down. What do the points look like? What's the overall standing situation? And we have our answer. It's Titans looking to close the gap on Triple, but Triple still managing to maintain that steady lead.
Liking what I'm seeing here from Triple Esports. Again, it's just a little bit of consistency. Just nothing wild, nothing crazy, nothing like getting yourself into the top 4 placements every single match. I mean, that's just disgusting. But now, because they're just managing to get a few points here and there, because they're just managing to build off of the the incessant lead that they started with yesterday, they can take it a bit easier, which is lovely to see. Titans, of course, we know catching up. GREEDYFORKILLS still holding strong in the top 4 placement. Black Hand still in 4th. RUKH Esports not having the best of days in terms of their start, but there's been that little bit of an upset. That's been that little bit of a shift. At least they're still picking up a great amount of points. And again, the Triple Digit Club has welcomed many a member today. We've got all of our top 8 teams in that Triple Digit era. So Blackjack, lovely to see them in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, it extends all the way to the bottom of the page. Now we need to see what the situation is as we glance over at the second page, right? How close is it? As we know, triple digits for the first base.
Ooh.
CRYPTICS only 7 points away from that. Wave also really not far away. URUS, RUKH still very capable of achieving that. But if we look a little bit further down, I mean, for Virtual, the Mind Weapon and Lag, they really need to have an absolutely phenomenal run in the remaining games, right? Today and even tomorrow, if they are looking to push themselves further up that leaderboard. I don't know if they're going to be able to climb all the way up into the first page. I think it's all going to come down to how determined they are in achieving that.
Yeah. Look, you wouldn't think that the Mind Weapon just took that would win a chicken dinner based off of these standings, but there is something to say for the fact that you still have 2 more matches today. You've got the entire 6 tomorrow, so there's plenty of opportunities, right? It's just easier said than done when going up against these teams. It's it's a tough battle. I mean, if we take a look at that previous engagement there with the likes of Black Hand, right? They finished off only with 5 eliminations, but they were in the engagements. I mean, Koa literally ran out of bullets. We literally saw Black Hand running out of munition with all the shots that they were taking, and I'm assuming they also dealt with quite a bit of damage. They just couldn't get those closures on the eliminations because, again, rotations. I've said it twice. I've said it 3 times. I said it till I've gone blue in the face. The teams who got those high grounds, the teams who got the mountaintop, they in the perfect position to steal all of the eliminations.
And that's the thing, is the zone comes down to positioning, looking to see where the teams can get themselves situated. But of course, now speaking about situations, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards with match number 5.
is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season finals day number 2. We've we've crossed the halfway point.
Yes, we
Right.
have.
There's one more day to go after today, and we are, of course, getting ready to move into a little bit of that Sanhok action, which is going to be our 5th game here for the day. But we also then need to show a little bit of love. So a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, as we are encroaching Sanhok action, right? I mean, we've seen a few surprises being brought through. We've seen Miramar being very, very exciting with the location of the zone. But I don't know what to expect coming into this final Sanhok here of the day, right? Are we going to see the zone maybe bring in a bit of a surprise? Is it going to just stick to the normal situation? I mean, it could still go either which way.
It's been an interesting one so far. We know that Sanhok has given these teams a bit of a run for the money, especially towards that southern portion, onto that first Sanhok of the day today. But at least, DK, you're going to be joining me for this one, because I expect we will likely have a little bit more action. With the way in which these zones and flight paths have been, these teams have had to fight in new areas they've never been seen before in PMPL Africa, which is just such a fantastic trend to have. So let's take a look to see how this one is going to cut down. Already the northern section of Sanhok providing ample opportunity for teams who love that northern section. So Black Hand, prime opportunity for them towards Camp Alpha. We've got, of course, CRYPTICS there towards Kawa and the rest of that Tutmork section. So really great opportunity. And moving into this one, DK, I forgot to mention it. I was looking at a little bit of those stats, you know. I mentioned, you know, Black Hand, they were stepping in, they were shooting a lot of bullets, not necessarily getting the eliminations because they're positioning. But in terms of the players, all this finals weekend so far, it's been Koa reigning in supreme in terms of eliminations, in terms of knocks. I mean, they have the highest number of knocks currently out of any of these players just for today's game of play. So it's not like Black Hand have been quiet. It's just coming down to those positional plays.
Yeah, but I guess that's the challenge, right? Is finding that opportune position, that opportune angle to be taking. And I mean, at this point, it's quite difficult to say who has a more favorable positioning, because again, as you would say, this is a entire bag of Skittles just strewn over on towards Sanhok. We've got a very, very phenomenal, I would say, spread coming through, as the teams have occupied just about every position available right here to get the looting process underway. But we do see Titans now just looking to strengthen their position up a little bit more, just condensing a little bit more in towards Ruins. Wave also then applying a lot more of their focus up in towards Hatin. We're not really seeing any teams hard dropping or getting too close to any of the opposing teams. I mean, even Triple, they've got the entirety of Bootcamp to roam freely, right? Do as they may, get themselves looted up, and then start focusing on a bit of a rotation. But I'm pretty sure you're going to be happy about this one again, because, again, we see Cave being relatively close to center zone.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of that first zone that we saw today. So I'd expect that teams are already going to be making some adjustments. Likely not going to be seeing the Mind Weapon reaching into Paradise as they did in the previous match, or at least delaying that push on in, because that wasted a lot of their time. They thought that they were going to be able to get that push on into Virtual Gaming, and then the zone shifted off and they had to run out. But a very, very southern shift from the Sanhok wonderful, wonderful map. So please do go to Cave. I would very much cry from happiness. So it would be good, but I don't know. Sanhok has a tendency not to give me what I want.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times that's what we have to work with, right? Is we put in our requests, they go ignored, and then it's like, you know what, it's fine. we'll just make the best out of the situation. But I think looking at the zone in particular, I mean, it's definitely not a bad zone for these teams to work with. Yes, it's not the most opportune, but being in the finals, that's exactly what you want to have. You want to have these super challenging plays. Teams really having to prove themselves, prove their worth, and show why they are deserving of sitting in the position that they are within those leaderboards. But in the meanwhile, we are looking at RUKH and Lag getting ever closer towards each other, right? A little bit of that action just brewing on the horizon. And speaking about the horizon, we can see the feed also VISTA running into a few obstacles.
Let's go and take a look at this one. So Sanhok, of course, that southern portion is looking pretty wild. Vista losing out on 2 players quite early on. You can see now why. Triple Esports making a little bit of rotation. What's happening? Hello, Triple. They say goodbye to us almost immediately. That second thirst not quite there just yet, but Thor is crawling out into safety. Lag. Perfect ambush that they've just set on up. And it looks like, I would imagine, they'd want to move in for a little bit more.
Well, I can't see why not, right? The opportunity is there. All they gotta do now is just try and find that extra little bit of utilization. Lag, in the meanwhile, will have Knight. Oof, not being able to survive that. As RUKH just rained down with a little bit of terror, playing from that slight bit of elevation that they have. But now it's gonna be a predominant fight. A fight predominantly between the side there of Lag and Triple, trying to see who's going to be the one to make it out of this region in something resembling a full piece.
I'm liking this though. Again, it's obviously. I mean, the teams we're gonna capitalize on whatever they're given, right? So it's not like they were planning, exactly specifically Triple to run through that ambush. But the fact that it is Triple, if they can take them out completely over this match, it shuts down that gap that Triple can really utilize. It shuts down the opposition. It shuts down that opportunity for Triple to actually take a hold of the first place pole, make more gap, make more trouble for the rest of the team, so that they can't catch up on the overall standings, so that they can't secure themselves that podium finish, and that means that the rest of the teams can obviously catch up. So loving this. Would like to see a bit of a follow-up to find the rest of Triple. Not that I'm necessarily wishing their doom and their end, but if it did happen, it's really good for the rest of the teams.
Sure.
I'm not
I don't
wishing ill
know.
will, I promise.
Yes. 100%, right? But I mean, we gotta play out all these different scenarios, trying to figure out what is gonna be the one that actually clicks, the one that sticks, the one that teams really look to go for. But in the meantime, we're down to a bit of a waiting game because I mean the team's now showing a lot of caution. They don't necessarily just want to rush into things blindly. They've learned their lesson, right? They've had 3 weeks to get themselves into a good rhythm, a good flow. And now we can see them really looking to utilize all those strategies, all the information that they've been able to acquire, make something solid out of that, and then apply it moving through. And again, no surprise, Patrox on the front line. As I said, Patrox, in my opinion, deserves an A for effort. Whether or not they succeed, it doesn't matter. Still, the effort is there. And you got to give it to Patrox. That consistency is absolutely amazing to see time and time and time again.
Absolutely. Again, it's been that winning spirit day for the likes of Wave Esports, that you have that one player that's making the moves, that's getting that energy going, momentum, mental fortitude. I mean, you can add all the words into that sentence, but ultimately it will be up to them to make this into a winning game. And I'm not going to try and get too excited, but we're going to be centering on up to a little bit of that cave action. Of course, there are a few other POIs involved as well, just that little bit of a section of that little quarry area with a lot of the mud to deal with. And docks, of course, still involved as long as Camp Charlie, but hey, cave and center, cave and center, cave and center.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, this is now practicing a lot of self-restraint, trying to not get overly excited. She doesn't want to scream on stream, and I respect you for that, Ez. Well done.
Was very close.
But in the meanwhile, we're going to be looking on as Blackjack continues to make a bit of a push, moving down along that eastern coastline, just pulling away from Lakawi and moving a little bit closer towards docks. But they have Arab Golden and of course the players from Ra'ad pretty hot on their heels. Ooh, Plaza crashing right into Storm. I mean, I've never seen a player being so excited to see their teammate. I guess it works. But of course, Zara is also going to be super excited to just welcome them into this region.
Loving this one. A lot of good energy coming through from these teams. So I can focus on that instead of screaming. So you know what? I can see the viewers asking for it. No. Ears are needed to be protected. So Sanhok, of course, bringing in such a lovely opposition here now. Unfortunately for the likes of Black Hand, it is once again that uphill battle. A little bit later on the rotation than when compared to the mind weapon, so I would love to see a disengagement from that. Let's keep these pieces in play. Let's keep these players in a position where they can really shine. And right now, Painan not really going to be that focus point for them. Rather, maybe potentially moving in towards that western side, even towards the north. There's still plenty of open spacing. But this western portion definitely has this Team Storm. Oh no, out in the open. Max just waiting for that opportunity. Please get out.
Well, I mean, the mind weapon, they're going to try and push it to the max, indeed, as they're not trying to cover all these angles. But it's going to be a very risky play. And speaking about risky, we jump down into that southwestern side where the World of Battle have now ran into the Titans. Of course, we can see the rest of the crew now just trying to put a bit of distance in between themselves as Muhammad now makes a mad dash, trying to get themselves back into safety. As the World of Battle, they are down to a 3-piece, but Muhammad, ooh, anticipating a bit of a follow-up chase coming through from the side of Titans.
Oh, just dropping to the ground. I'm not sure what Titans will be doing with that one. If they do want to double back, it is going to come with that risk. But they do have their full 4-piece. Axe are just going to be falling to the ground, right down the mountaintop, and running for it. Because they have the entirety of the 3-piece of the World of Battle chasing them down. So, trying to get that timing right, giving their teammates their opportunity to move in for the backup. It is going to be easier said than done.
Oh, yes, but let's see whether or
Just
not
run.
Hazem and Co will get the job done here. It is a beautiful game of cat and mouse. I don't know who's the cat or who's the mouse, but either way, it's going to be
He's done
action,
it.
action, action. Look at Titans also now pushing up on the opposite end. So while the one player here from the World of Battle is distracted, Arthur, however, steps up with the DPS. A double swing. Oh, almost gets to the third. Yes, they succeed.
my,
And that is the
no.
World of Battle. Just upsetting the Titan Gaming Squad.
Are you kidding me? I mean, that was perfect for Titans. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Axa was the best bait I've seen yet. They managed to get the rest of the team in a perfect position for the flank onto the 3-piece. As a 4-piece, they had a 3. They only had to go up against a 3-piece. And the World of Battle turned it on its head. I'm gonna go think about that one while we focus on the rest of the teams. Now that zone just shifting up a little bit north, so Cave is still in play. But I don't think it's necessarily gonna end there, because we are definitely seeing a bigger focus there towards the position where Greedy4Kills, Virtual Gaming, RUKH, VISTA are currently holding. You can see Lag also spotting out the likes of Triple already in immediate third, so Triple down to only 1.
But look at this. RUKH now pushing in. Virtual Gaming Squad already just being dealt such a difficult play. But here comes the angles now as Eugene secures the final hit. And that is going to be Virtual Gaming getting sent out in 15th. Only one elimination to their name. There was so many sprays coming through on that feed, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be the mine weapon inching up onto Wave, looking for the opportunity. The angle, Zara does lose a little bit of that health. But are they going to look to bounce back? Max now sneaking up the
Oh,
back end. And
no.
there we have
No,
it.
no, no.
It is an insane clutch as Max just comes in with the S12K and obliterates Wave.
Shotguns, please. Okay, if there's one thing I want to scream about, it is to please nerf the shotguns. What is happening here? S12K, DBS, take your pick. Again, restraints. Restraints is what I'm holding on to. So it seems to be that if you have a full
It like Greedy, CRYPTICS,
Blackhand,
URUS, RUKH.
like, they need to lose a player. Clearly. Because what we've just seen is every single team that's taken a 4v anything, the 4 loses. How?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a thing, right? It's a thing, I guess. But yeah, in the meanwhile, we're gonna be looking onto CRYPTICS now, trying to see what they can reach all the way from that edge. RUKH also just holding on the very side of the lovely quarry there, but we can see Arab Golden now firing a few hits in their direction. But what's gonna come through now? That zone is gonna shift. But where will it go? Oof, centers up. So
Yikes.
Cave's still in play, so we can see
Yeah.
URUS and Lag really trying to kind of wrap up their positioning there, but it does seem like URUS are on top of the cave, not down below. So it could take a few interesting, shifts and changes as we move through. But I also want to see what's going to come through now as Ab Golden, CRYPTICS, and RUKH get it closer, and the opportunity is even more increased for some carnage to erupt.
CRYPTICS going to be stepping on up already, finding Rugal. Broly now down in the grasses. RUKH rotating back on up, double back to get involved in this action because CRYPTICS are starting to pick up some eliminations, and that spells danger for the rest of the teams. Broly, immediately caught on out. El Chapo not sleeping tonight, but here we go. As we mentioned, that little bit of the cave rotation, of course, because it's so to the south, because it's just on the edge of zone, a lot of teams like URUS and Lag might be giving up their position now and rather opting for greener pastures, potentially closer to that section by Quarry. And again, this little gap between Quarry and Cave is not an easy one to work with in terms of the step up, in terms of the terrain. Once again, we talk about that valley action happening, but it's more focused towards Quarry, so obviously a lot of teams will rather take the gamble towards the north.
Well, let's see how much of a gamble is going to come through here. It is now the World of Battle trying to secure the western side. We got Vista and Blackhand just holding here alongside them. Blackhand exploring their options, trying to gather a bit of information, see if there are going to be any shots fired up in their direction. But this could be the bounce as the Plaza gets so close on rolling through on towards Arthur and their teammate on that front line there, but it's such a risky play. I mean, the World of Battle only holding on to a 3-piece, but here we go. Muhammad now. We can see if they can get involved in this altercation. It's going to be Storm to get spotted out in the meanwhile, but Ramsey also on the opposite end just sprays across the valley.
Oh, look at this. Blackhand. What is that? Again, this is just you're a 4-piece. You need to lose one player because that's just how Sanhok is going. So we'll see. Blackhand now a position coming through here from the western side. Again, they will be able to get that res on up. A good rotation from them to get into the situation. Liking that they're on the western side because there's less players here to deal with. Right now, it is the World of Battle that's up ahead of them. It's obviously Vista to the lower side. So if they can keep on the southern portion of that ridge line, they can pretty much cut off line of sight for Vista. So I like it. I would like to see them push on through. Of course, the zone closer to Quarry. Ra'ad, great positioning. Lag, great positioning. And then RUKH, of course, holding one of the few compounds here, still technically, for now, involved in the zone.
Let's see where this one is going to go. The World of Battle now continuing on as Arthur is looking to cling to dear life. But Koa and the rest of the players here from Blackhand not going to be letting that one slide. Down goes one Storm getting found. Arthur does fall. And now it turns to their final remaining hopeful. It's going to be Hazem just riding the ridge. Looking for a bit of an opportunity. Plaza just in front of them. Could this be that final nail in the coffin? The answer is yes. Down goes Hand.
What?
Getting dealt an 11th place finish.
Again, When did we start cursing full teams? Black Hand with the 4v3. Okay, maybe it's just the World of Battle. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. Maybe it's just the World of Battle that decided that Sanhok is gonna be their game. I don't know. I'm gonna move on with this one. VISTA 2-piece up against, well, the 3-piece here of Greedy for Kills. So don't really have the 4-piece curse happening here, but Mazzaro picking up a gorgeous hit on towards Zuxi is going to open up their options just a tad. Again, Mazzaro, I mean, a fantastic player here for Vista Gaming. They have been bringing in some massive, massive wins, but now they need to try and lock this down. A Rez would massively give them that opportunity here, but Nossa closing that gap, it's going to be down to timing.
Well, we know the moment that Nossa switches over to utility,
Hey.
it's gonna be that, right? That would be, that's it. That's it right then and there. That's the opportunity. But now Nossa inching closer. Ooh, scoping in, spots Mazzaro. Tries to find a bit of an angle. Not getting the exact play, but up comes the barrage. Utilities flying through. It's Zuxi finding the molly on towards them, and the sprays are continuing to get hammered on through as Bisk now tries to make a dash for it. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS moving in on towards the northern side of the quarry. The zone centers up so favorably for them. But now, they need to get out of the mud and up onto a little bit of elevation, because if the rest of the teams move in, it is going to be an absolute troubling position to play from.
Quarry finish is really going to force these teams to get down and dirty, quite literally. CRYPTICS already taking the rotation into Quarry. Good positioning for them to hold. Again, a little bit of that elevation they can work with as well, still in play. Oh, Scout in the open. Hazem just looking for that shot already. Picking up such a gorgeous, gorgeous couple of eliminations. Ra'ad with the consistency today. It was triple yesterday. It's Ra'ad for me today. Bringing in once again 5 eliminations on a map.
I mean, we were talking about consistency before, right? Whoever picks it up, power to them. Let's see what the teams are going to do now, because, I mean, Greedy, so close to that quarry position, but they've not really committed to securing themselves within that zone just yet. Ra'ad, on the other hand, they have been able to get their foot in the door. RUKH just here alongside them. Lag still fighting relentlessly, but look at that. First gets spotted. The spray is about to close it up for them. Oh, Saint now lies ahead for Arthur as they do run into a little bit of a problem. Hazem rushing forward, unfortunately not able to beat out Mexico, as that is the end of the road for the World of Battle. 6 teams now left to duke it out for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Loving to see this coming through, but of course, it's not over just yet. We still have plenty more action to unfold, as Lag also will be feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action. That Blues are moving in. VISTA saying goodbye for the time being. RUKH Esports, the only team still up with 4 players, so please, if anyone is going to break the curse, it has to be them, because otherwise we know, if you have 4 players on Sanhok, apparently you're in for a bit of trouble. So, the World of Battle, they definitely are looking to make this happen if they wanted to, but at least for now, we have the 5 teams here up. CRYPTICS, Ra'ad, Greedy for Kills, Lag in an opposition. Already Greedy for Kills finding a hit from Marshall, so numbers are starting to run out.
I mean, the only so as far as memory serves me, right? Only one of us brought up that 4-player thing, right?
It was me.
Yes, you know what thing I'm referring to, because I'm not going to talk about it. I'll just mention it very, very, very briefly. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking at Ra'ad looking to push in. Got a bit of an opportunity to play towards RUKH, but look at RUKH now just lasering in as Pusher gets the angle on towards Marshall. El Chapo is down as well, and it's now relying solely on Lazy Boy down below. But here we go, the spray is looking to get those confirmations dialed in. It's going to be Greedy picking up that 4th place. Hazem now getting ready for the charge. The DBS is out. It is a run this way and that. Out in the through. Hazem secures the finish. And now RUKH down to a 3-piece. So no danger for them to get caught out in any of those set curses. But it is only going to be Hazem standing between them and that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oh, loving this 1v3 situation for Hazem, but again, numbers, man, numbers at least at the end made the difference. You know, the only reason they won that is because they didn't have 4, they had 3. So, yeah.
Sure.
Just keep that in mind.
Exactly. Exactly. That's how it goes. And of course, RUKH stepping up with a 13 elimination winner chicken dinner. 3 damage away from hitting 2600. That is nearly double the amount of eliminations that they were able to secure. So they were active. I mean, if it moved, it got some action. It got some attention coming through there from the RUKH side of RUKH Esports. So what a performance this has been. And I mean, we've been waiting to see this kind of play come through from RUKH Esports again, right? They showcased that all the way back in week 1. And it's so great to see them playing like this yet again.
Yes, no, definitely. The whole day we've sort of been asking for RUKH Esports to once again give us that sort of jaw-dropping performance and give us a reason to understand why they've managed to get themselves up into this placement, why they are here in the finals in the first place. And there it is. There is your example of why RUKH is such a dominating and decimating team. I mean, they bring in that when they do get a win in Chicken Dinner, they do it with such style, with so many eliminations. It is terrifying to witness.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of terror, right? I mean, you got to try and bring in as much terror as you can when you can. And RUKH, they found it over on Sanhok, but as we know, there's only one more map to go. But let's take a look at the highlights from the Sanhok match. I mean, Sanhok being a super challenging map, allowing for a lot of that carnage to come through, especially with how the zone was shifting up. I mean, pulling up into Quarry itself is a very risky spot to play in, right? And the zone gave the teams no other option. They had to move right in and get themselves reacquainted with that. But of course, now speaking about getting reacquainted, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is, right? How many points our teams were able to secure off of the back of this last game. I mean, again, right, so much aggression coming through. Look at these eliminations, 13 to RUKH as we saw, but RUKH locking in 8. We got TEAMLAG stepping up with 8. I mean, it is a very good day right here. The World of Battle also stepping up with 6 alongside the CRYPTICS.
Not bad whatsoever. Again, very good effort coming through from everyone onto this last few maps of the day. Sanhok was a whirlwind. I mean, with the rotations he seems to deal with all the way to the south, then, just slowly but surely inching their way into Quarry just really did, unfortunately, make it extremely difficult for some teams to stay into this one. But CRYPTICS making a good approach, double digits for TEAMLAG as well as RUKH. Great consistency from RUKH. I'm going to still highlight this. At this point, they have been that team to be in the top X placement. It hasn't been triple today. It has been RUKH. So good to see from them. But we take a look at some of the other teams. The Mind Weapon picking up that 4-piece as well. But again, placements are hard to come by. Looking at the second page, I expect we see a lot more carnage, as unfortunately we know those few rotations really didn't favor the likes of Arab Golden, not really managing to pick up much. And just the 1-1-1-1 from Blackjack, Wave, Virtual Gaming, Titans. It was a tough battle to just get a words and edgewise.
Yes, and it was. I mean, this is Sanhok. This is the finals. And this is what we're going to be seeing quite a bit of. And of course, while we're on the topic of one, Arab Golden being the only one to stop over at our donut shop. But now we get to that next little bit of excitement, right? We know this all means that there's one more map to go. Only one more. We are going to be venturing right back into Erangel to see what these teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. And of course, well, before we get there, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello, guys, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, well, we're getting ready for all the action here. We're trying to get myself realigned here. It feels a little bit odd. It feels a little bit weird, but what's not going to be weird is all the crazy action the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield as we are stepping into match number 6 right here for day number 2. We are 2/3 of the way, pretty much.
Wow.
Through all the games. As I mean, we've come such a long way, right? The 93 matches that were played in the league stage, then stepping into the 18 games coming through in the finals. These teams have really played a lot of.
Well, I hope they still got a little bit more fuel in the canister because we still got one more map today and we still got 6 more tomorrow. So, in terms of the effort these teams have to bring in, it is going to provide them a massive opportunity, especially tomorrow, I would say, for some upsets. There is, again, slowly we're seeing that closer climb on the overall rankings. I mean, RUKH getting very close to making a splash into the top 8 even, just off of the bat of that consistency they brought in today. They've been fighting that 12th to 13th placement the whole day, but it's because the points are a stone's throw away from being that close. I mean, we've got about 6 points between, I think it was 8th to 13th. So you do the math. Again, one good game could set it in stone for them.
It definitely could. So it's going to be a very, very sweaty game that I'm expecting to see as we move over in towards Erangel. I mean, the teams have now had ample opportunity to get themselves sorted, right? Move through the first Miramar, the second Miramar, moving up in towards our first and second Sanhok. And now all of that kind of comes down to what they're going to bring through in this last match. The very last Erangel right here for day number 2. It's going to be the make or break game. I think this is where we're at because tomorrow the teams are just going to be dialing up the aggression so much, looking to drive in all the extra few points that they can find.
They have to. There's really no other option for them anyway because we're running out of maps. We're running out of opportunities for these teams to bring in their best possible performances. So let's go over to the last match of the second day of the finals.
Well, here we are on the plain. You can see it coming through from the north. There's the lovely Georgia Pool down below. The lovely Everest there as well. And we're sticking to the western side. So if you look over towards your right, it's an open, vast field of opportunities for the teams to get themselves situated and positioned. But I think it's going to be quite interesting to see where that zone is going to be moving towards as well. Once we get to that point, of course, Blackjack going to be moving up in towards that Zaki position. That is where we see them go when the flight path allows. Of course, RUKH up into Savoni. But who's going to venture down south? Are we going to see our usual suspects looking to move in as well?
I mean, just taking a look at some of the stats that are happening on the side, Koa with 8k damage. That is a massive, and again, it's wild to see that it hasn't necessarily been translating into the total eliminations for PAD just in today. I mean, they are still doing a phenomenal job in general, but it hasn't been as explosive as we would assume with all of that damage that's just been dealt just purely based off Koa's damage alone. So you can imagine, I'd say the rest of Black Hand as well just make that tally even greater. But here we go, a zone we haven't seen yet, at least. Northwest we go.
Yes, I mean, West is best, especially for the last match. That is what we want to see. A little bit of an upset being brought through. As we know, looking at that positioning, it's also going to be quite limiting to available playable areas. A nice little chunk of that is going to be water. But I want to see what's going to come through for teams down south, like URUS, for instance, that have to really find a creative way of getting themselves resituated. Maybe if they move across that eastern bridge all the way up past Yasnael, around Stalba, and then pull into zone, it could bring in a little bit of a surprising play. But, I mean, the Titans also not really being able to reach their usual location, which is Malta. So they are going to be opting for the vehicles, looking to get themselves situated, at least for the time being, before focusing their efforts on those rotations.
Yeah, look, a lot of teams are going to have to make compromises going into this one because the zone is just deadly. The zone is here to cause chaos. So if you have to make a tough decision, we don't blame you. We understand. Unfortunately, everyone is just going to have to deal with it. Titans already a little bit of a later rotation once again, getting their players finally into the positions they would want to get some loot moving in. And yeah, this is going to be a fun one in terms of, I mean, the rotational pass that they have to take. The fact that we finally get to focus a little bit more on, shooting range to Georgia Pool. Georgia Pool we haven't seen in the zone in, I feel like forever, DK. When's the last time you remember a Georgia Pool zone in PMPL Africa?
Purely Georgia Ball.
Just north or south, either way, just the crates.
I mean, we did have a little bit of that yesterday, so
A little bit, but it wasn't a focal point.
it
Now
was
we're
a
talking about
taste.
center.
We had
We're
a
talking about
taste of it yesterday, right? A little bit of a taste, like it was an appetizer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Starter.
yeah. But today, yes, we see a lot more of that, obviously being prevalent here, and I want to see how this is going to play out because I mean, CRYPTICS, as we know, they like that South George, the container yard. They love that area. But now they're going to be tested because there are going to be so many teams that are going to come rolling through, looking to bring in a few of those upsets. But also all the way down towards the edges of zone, especially looking at that southern edge, right? We got Raad positioned up in towards Pachinki. Vista yet to move up. Arab Golden and Triple also having to make a little bit of a play. But there's so much potential on that southern side of the zone, as I think it's going to be quite a bit of an upset for the teams looking to kind of just cram in from that region.
Yeah, no, it's again rotation, right off of the bats of that flight path. Teams are gonna have to compromise. We go back to this once again. It's just the fact that they have to deal with. But at least for the likes of CRYPTICS, Virtual Gaming, Blackjack Esports, RUKH, I mean, they have smooth sailing. Pretty much that entire northwestern portion, all the coastal lines, all the way given to them. So really no easy early contention for them to deal with. It means a slow looting. It means plenty of opportunities to get their minds into the right place, because moving into this last matchup, I mean, the opportunity is there for, again, Raad, a little bit of consistency. Maybe that move from Pachinki might be it for them, so we can see them even climbing the ladder further than what they've already done. The opportunity is also there for Triple, to have a bit of a better showing, because as much as they've been somewhat consistent, they picked up a few points here and there, it hasn't been as mind-blowing as what we saw yesterday, which means coming back tomorrow in the finals, there is still a potential that we can actually see an upset for the podium finish, which is something we haven't had the opportunity for before in PMP Africa. Normally, with regards to the second day, when we get to the finals, there's like 1 or 2 matches, and then it's pretty much confirmed for the rest of the weekend that, okay, cool, X and X is going to be winning.
Yeah, but that's what I love about what we are looking at this season, is it's so much more competitive, right? The teams keeping it, they're just keeping it as hot and heated as they can find it, right? I mean, and that is what I love about this progression, because it is so healthy for the scene. The teams all rising on a collective level. There's no one team in particular that is leaps and bounds ahead of the opposition. Everyone is like it's a carry, right? You got to step up to keep up. That's what is required, and the teams are all looking so eager to kind of keep with that momentum. And I think this is what is going to be driving quite a bit of improvement coming through across the board, right? It's going to trickle down as as these teams also get to play with other teams that are not participating in the PMPL. So that would bring in some healthy blood, some healthy, opportunities for the coming seasons.
Exactly. This sort of competitive spirit, the fact that we're seeing this ebb and flow coming through from the teams, it means that everyone has stepped up, which is more than we could ever ask from these teams. I mean, the fact that they're still stepping up in a gauntlet like PMPL Africa is just such good news for the region. So, healthy standings, man. Healthy standings as we head into our last match of the day. And then one more day, DK, before we crown the PMPL 2023 Spring champion. So the fact that we could still see that upset is going to be a fun final day.
Yes, it is going to be fantastic, right? I can tell you that much. But who will be crowned? We don't know just yet. We'll figure out soon enough. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from the World of Battle just pulling into that sunken city. Normally we see this more the northern approach. And speaking about north, we are going to be heading up in towards Everest as Raad now just rain down terror and chaos onto Wave, with Monster getting the most of the attention there.
Loving this. A little bit of Everest action for Raad already Good reach across, finding 2 eliminations so far. Gazi going to be going down, but there should be opportunity for the Reds to swift on in. And, well, yeah, Wave backed off. They're not going to be dealing necessarily with Ra'ad right now on Everest. They need to regroup down to only a 2-piece. So rotations for them will be the key. I don't know, maybe. Please tell me you're not going back onto Everest. We'll wait and see. Vista, meanwhile, moved in. It looks like they want a piece of Ra'ad.
Well, everybody wants a piece of Ra'ad, right? It's going to be that hot potato seat up on Everest as the zone is going to be closing through. We can see URUS, Lag, and the players there from Titan now making their steady approach, looking to find a little bit of a safe haven to pull in towards.
Cheeky.
But we don't know whether or not they're going to be able to find any said safe havens because there's not much available here, right? We are going to be seeing a little bit of a city finish potentially just around the corner as a lot of the teams are now going to be converging down into North and South George.
I like it. I like it. Now an opportunity for George to really get hot and spicy. Already Ra'ad making that rotation off of Everest because we're just getting way too close to having that city finish. Even just potentially in the southern portion of Georgia, it keeps centering up all the way. If we go to the north, yeah, that's where things get tough because we have majority of our teams coming through from that southern portion. So a later rotation then in a situation like that, it's going to be chaos. I mean, we've seen some wild rotations when teams have had to take that final last minute jump into the northern section across those river lines, and it's just caused so much loss for these teams. We had those bridge trolls, man, and yeah, they'd like to take elims away from you.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, one of them is called Aquaman,
AKA MG.
Yes, aka MG. I want to see if we're going to have a little bit of that repeat come through from MG. We don't know. I wouldn't say no to that opportunity. As we can see, there's still a plethora of players remaining. We still sit with, well, I mean, really. Well, Aquaman getting stopped in their tracks, and it's now down to the 3-piece remaining for the side of Blackjack. I mean, I don't know if I've got that amount of power, but sure, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. As Arthur, the battle now get themselves a position moving into the compounds. But looking at Blackjack, they don't have the worst position. They got one player on towards that southern edge, the other two situated north, and that could be a great opportunity for them now to try and play a few angles further down.
Loving to see this already. A little bit of pick and choosing coming through. Walter Battle picking up one Blackjack now, unfortunately. Saying goodbye to Aquaman, thanks to DK. Yeah, you did this. I don't know how you did this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But it's the rotation into George Pool now that's going to be key here. North George is looking spicy. Virtual Gaming, of course, were one of the first teams to make that placement in, so they're nicely centered. They have their setup. They're waiting for teams to move in. Again, if they've got a little bit of those apartments locked down, they can maybe reach in for a few welcoming eliminations, especially towards the likes of Blackjack Esports or RUKH or the World of Battle, who are now moving into that section. A lot of teams favoring that northern side. We've got Black Hand also opting now for that north reach, rotating all the way towards shooting range. So again, big focus there to the north. Then Zone needs to center on up and tell us where we are going to see this next phase.
Everest.
Oh
Everest.
my!
Oh!
Oh my! Yes. Okay. No, I'm keen.
Yeah, no, me too. Me too. I love it. I mean, that's why I was whispering Everest, right? I want to see it go there.
Please, imagine.
And URUS now just moving up as they pull in, looking to get themselves established. Titans hard on their heels, but this could be that opportunity for URUS now, maybe trying to lure Titan a little bit closer and then clapping back with quite a bit of aggression, right? But as we know, Titans, they are no strangers to these really challenging positions. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of focus now being brought to Everest, right? Already URUS, yes, they're here. But the teams up north now could start venturing even closer.
Yeah, look, a little bit of focus onto Everest is sugarcoating it, that is for sure, because that is a massive, massive reach now. The fact that Everest is going to be in play, especially if we continue this shift towards the south, I mean, an Everest finish? Maybe? That could be one. However, we'll have to let the Zone Gods deal their fate because we've got Triple Esports here and Lag now. Lag holding in a gorgeous, gorgeous pincer here against Triple Esports.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go. It's going to be lag now, looking to just apply a little bit of influence, right, onto the side here of the players coming through from triple. Also, Blackjack just rolling on in. Zeke squeezing the buggy through the containers. I didn't even know that was possible. Thanks for that one, Zeke. But in the meanwhile, Escanor trying to get a good assessment of the situation here. Triple going to be moving in, but I like that angle coming through from A9Q. That could be such a phenomenal play to make. But Triple inching their way up, trying to clear the way before they just rush in. It's going to be Old Boy IC holding up the front line. Thor also in the mix alongside them, but out goes the utilities, trying to just push the players from lag further and further back. So far, it seems to be working, but we don't know if that is maybe the strategy being played by lag.
Yeah, no, look, offensive smoke's now being deployed from Triple Esports. They want to cut down any and all line of sight that lag had onto them. That gives them that spacing, right, to just back on off, because they know that there's danger lurking in and amidst them. It's not just the 3-piece of lag up ahead of them. There is another lurking. There is a few more teams moving in. So time is numbered for them. Again, thankfully, at least just as a consolation, they're within very close proximity to the center of the zone, so they have a bit more time to try and dissect this, to get some information. They just need to be careful, just like VISTA are going to be when they find virtual gaming. A little bit of a scout comes through, the World of Battle steals that one. VISTA, they've got information to work with.
Oh, but now, it's going to be the play for the World of Battle. Holding on to one. Hazem tries their best. They get the spray. That is one shot now getting picked up. Hulk not able to land the hits and to reclaim a bit of a position for their team. But now it's absolute carnage, right? It's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad just looking on as the Razors are going to come through. Hulk does secure Arthur. But the faster Hazem can get their teammates back on their feet, the quicker they will be able to react. Malik now it's going to be hanging back. The blue zone is going to be closing up, forcing the hand of Hulk, who is now starting to advance further afield. But there we go. The World of Battle securing those easy pickings, those quick elims. But Hulk not out of the woods just yet. Still just hanging in close enough to see if they can maybe find a bit of a bounce.
Absolutely, but you can't give up on this opportunity right now, because it's going to be one of the few that you can really keep in your control, especially with the way that the zone is rotating. We have no idea who it's going to be shifting towards. Lag already, as the tables have turned, and now all of a sudden it is going to be Triple Esports applying the pressure here, as well as Wave onto Lag. Not a position that they were thinking that they were going to find themselves in, but the numbers have just been whittling down, and this is it. This is what we talk about, the fact that you can take a little bit of that time, dissect. You might be able to put your enemies in this position. Lag, they have to regroup. Still up with 3, but they can't easily rotate out of this.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy play whatsoever, especially looking at the convergence of the opposing teams pulling in alongside them. Meanwhile, it's going to be the players from CRYPTICS all the way on that eastern side are getting into a bit of action. But look at Escanor firing up the hill as VISTA try to climb as best they can. The shots right there on the hills. We see a few flying vehicles going up. Gaddafi falls in the meanwhile. Hemo, a little bit late on the reaction there. And RUKH just come in with an absolute rampage, just wiping them out.
Yeah, so look, this would normally, I would say, great, this gives an opportunity for Lag to get out of this. But if RUKH had that early engagement, if they had that early bit of information, they can literally just turn the tables back onto Lag. Already, Quality trying to reach on out is going to step into the fray, as Rami is just holding that flanking position, making sure no one is going to take this warehouse away from them. And even more so, this 2-2 split gives them the perfect crossfire. However, they're out in the zone. We have to see the likes of Bronsberg and co get themselves into safety, and Wanted looks like they want a piece of the action.
Ooh. But what is that going to result into? I mean, RUKH now just trying to fortify this hold that they've got. Ooh, but as we can see, Bronsberg pulling in right on towards the side there of Lag. At least they do find Mexico. But it's been a very, very challenging play now. RUKH looking to make that dash, looking to get even more players situated there. But Rami does get traded on down as Quality brings in a little bit of that equality. And now it's going to be Lag, RUKH, and of course the players from Arab Golden looking to settle their differences. But, I mean, Lag fighting off a little bit of a tough position there. A9Q who we've already seen holding on such a distant position, now actually capitalizing on that, not suffering the same fate as the rest of their teammates.
Teams are just swapping this out. RUKH stepped into the shoes here of Wave Esports to take Lag out. And now, well, RUKH have stepped into the shoes of Lag as Arab Golden are moving into the containers, just sending out that utility. Bit by bit, we take down the health bars of RUKH, and we might be taking down the numbers. After what team would they be able to get themselves out of this one? It's a boot. VISTA Gaming holding on to this one. They would love to stay into it, but ooh, he missed it. Didn't see the rotation. Jumped into the smoke just a little longer, and it's a boot managed to get away.
Well, I mean, talk about luck, right? Timing just working out perfectly on that one. But on the topic of timing, Virtual Gaming Squad, they have been packed up down to 14 teams. We're already in this 5th stage as we're almost about to hit the 6th one. And we still sit with such large numbers, such large quantities of players. And this is going to be a very, very challenging zone to play through.
Well, we have a large number of teams, but we only have 37 players mixed in between those teams. So, I mean, the World of Battle, Virtual Gaming, VISTA, Lag, they have one. They have one player that is trying to fly the flag on high, and then for the rest, it starts to whittle down as well, quite dramatically. But we'll see. A lot more that needs to happen. I agree with you. There's a lot of placements these teams are going to be taking up. Spacing is definitely not going to be on their side. And now, well, we need to clean up the crew. We need to go through and pick up our champions here for Erangel. Oh my, it will definitely not be Titans. A9Q, 1v2. It just rhymes. It's right.
Yeah, and that's how they do, right? I mean, just getting the job done, establishing even more longevity now for the side here of Lag. Picking up that first Elam. It's going to be Storm, though. It's going fishing. Looking for a little bit of that greedy down below. Koa there to help cover all these different angles. But it's not going to be an easy fishing session because we got the players there from the Mind Weapon also now opting for a little bit of a push. They want to move in. They want to grab a bit of action here. But look at Dalhop reaching in, trying to find a little bit of action with the Molly there. Not finding anything from what we can see, but Plaza does suffer a very unfortunate fate there as they have been knocked on down. Not quite sure if the Rezzes rather are going to be able to come on through.
Oh.
But now Arab, Triple, RUKH, all just holding it cheek to cheek, and this is what we want to see come through into the container yard.
This is the beauty or the devastation that brings the containers. As we know, the teams now, they've had to delay their plans moving on to Everest because the zone decided, nah, we'll hold on to a little bit more of this container action. Everyone moving in from that western side, Arab Golden, should have a little bit of spacing. As long as there's not more utilities being sent through from Icy, they can get a res popping. But, oh, look at this. Just a little bit more. Just one more hit, and we could be saying goodbye to Arab Golden.
Well, the opportunity is there. Now it's all going to come down to the positioning here. As we lose one, quality is down. It's now up to Rugel, but the blue zone is going to be forcing their hand, applying a little bit of that pressure to come through. Koa now taking the lead with regards to damage, but look at the nade. It is on point, right on the money, as Icy closes it out, and that is going to be Arab Golden getting sent away.
Rough times, man. Rough times. All you could do. You see that nade popping through. You know it's been cooked to perfection because I see the chef is in the house. Triple Esports from that western side. RUKH still involved in terms of rotation. They could make a difference here, but loving what I'm seeing from Ra'ad. One of the only teams that has a compound in this next phase, and they are still up with a 3-piece. So they have an opportunity here. CRYPTICS already. The Bridge Trolls, at least the next Bridge Trolls, because the GREEDYFORKILLS were there first, as well as the Mind Weapon. Rotation for them not going to be easy if CRYPTICS are going to be locking it down. Already, look at this. A full investment from CRYPTICS to take this away.
Well, I mean, I see, well, CRYPTICS rather now just hijacking this fishing party that we have under that bridge. Koa is going to be met with a nade alongside Storm, and that is the end of Black Hand. Severino is still holding strong in the water. But once we looked at the map I did spot a team sitting all the way down south. Keeping themselves well away from all the aggression, right? We can see them just appearing on the screen ever so slightly there. It's going to be the players from URUS. And I'm curious to see how they're going to play this one out. Meanwhile, Triple now looking to jump at the opportunity here with RUKH as they make their dash. They are going to be pushing in. Oh, and it is a very unfortunate play though. I mean, Lag, as we know, not going to be able to stay here any longer as they've already been chipped out. But down to the final 9 we go. RUKH now getting caught out in the open triple, trying to double down as Old Boy secures the knock. Will they follow through and close it up even more?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an awkward timing now, especially for URUS, as they wanted to make their move on in. You said it. What are you doing? You just keep highlighting players and putting them in bad situations. Cast a curse, DK. Not a good thing
No.
to do in the finals. No.
I've got a bag full of highlights. Highlighters, right? That's what I'm doing. Like, I'm just, you know, just doing a thing, whatever. The battle, meanwhile, will get sent out in 9th place. It is down to triple. No, still just trying to bring in a very dominating approach coming through from that western side. RUKH, I mean, they pincered as they are so pincered with URUS on the southern side, triple on that western side. It's going to be a very difficult job for them to get out of that. But speaking about challenging plays, it's going to be RUKH and CRYPTICS now going toe-to-toe right here in the compound, looking to see who's going to be the one to survive. Lazy Boy El Chapo now looking to heat things up as they get those mollies flying.
Oh, I'm loving this. I've got a massive smile on my face because either CRYPTICS or RUKH will be saying goodbye. And, I mean, if it goes either way, I will be happy. Massive push-up from both of these teams. RUKH, Hazem already stepping up to the plate, finding Marshall, and still, unfortunately, will be met with a bit of that DBS action. CRYPTICS, for a moment, for a second, they are still in this one. Kofu back up. It is RUKH, the 2 against potentially the 3 of CRYPTICS that nade the mollies coming through. Connections have to be made.
Oh, but there we go. The mollies now finding their point up on towards this rush on down. Oh, look at that nade. The placement, is it going to be there? No. El Chapo just looking on as the nades explode all around them. RUKH doing so much work already, finding themselves with 9 eliminations to their name. But El Chapo has no other option. They need to get the heck out of Dodge. And of course, RUKH still going to be looking to apply as much pressure as they can. We can spot Zeke, the Lone Ranger, coming through there from Blackjack, just holding up ahead. But that is going to be such a difficult position.
Yeah, the zone has actually given RUKH a bit of an opportunity because now, all of a sudden, URUS have to move into their position again. So it's going to at least force teams to come to them. But is it necessarily what they want when they only have pusher up to try and hold the line to defend against these rotations? El Chapo in a similar situation, being hunted, being smoked out of their position. Utility still following suit, and one connection could be sending CRYPTICS backpacking. Already El Chapo down to half HP, snaking it up in the grasses, just has to try and find anything to hide away from the likes of RUKH. There it is, Blackjack. The step in is here.
Oh, Zeke with a cheeky spray down. That is potentially a bit of a saving grace that El Chapo could have been wanting. But those spidey senses are just absolutely tingling. They're going off non-stop. But this could be the time for Zeke now being numbered, as we know. Again, keeping a very tight eye on the angle, looking for any of those pixels out of place. But fortunately for Zeke, they are on the opposite end of the smoke, so that does allow them some good coverage. But of course, those hit marker fishings come on through.
No way, no way, no way, no way.
Oh,
8
and
eliminations.
URUS seals their fate. Down they go. El Chapo in a glorious position. They could maybe keep a bit of a gatekeep action coming through here. It's going to be pushing now, swinging on through with that DBS. They do find Ramsey, and the rest of URUS going to be looking to get a little bit of repayment. And there we have it. Farokh sends the nade, and that seals the fate of RUKH Esports.
Again, up with the player there on the side of RUKH, up with 8 eliminations. So the 9 elims that RUKH have, 8 of them thanks to one single player. Well, of course, you know, with a little bit of teamwork in terms of those damage. But here we go, El Chapo, you're out in the open, man. What you doing? Old boys thinking to themselves, they're going to be very happy to pick that one up. And now Triple and URUS, the 3-piece each, have to go head-to-head for this winner-winner chicken dinner. While, again, from RUKH, Zone Blessed has to sit and try and find out how they can turn this in their favor. 1v3v3 is not going to be easy.
Yep, it's definitely not going to be easy. But, as we know, RUKH, they're going to be at it. Right, not going to be backing out of the fight. Meanwhile, Rauf now trying to reach in, trying to see if they can maybe find a few of those markers. But the ammo, you got to keep an eye on that. Right, we've seen the situation come through on Erangel before. Rauf now looking pretty low. Oh, but that is going to be the end of the road for RUKH. Walking away with a very strong finish. Those 9 elims as we saw. But URUS And Triple now fighting down to the bone to see who's going to be the one to pick up the final available winner chicken dinner. It is a 3v3 for the finish. URUS, they have that zonal positioning. Triple still having to advance forward. I'm not quite sure how many smokes they have in their bags. I hope for their part that they have all of them. So we can see Thor. I see everyone out just trying to advance forward. Weiss getting a little bit cheeky, a little bit emboldened, but RUKH is found out. And Triple now having those health bars not looking all too optimal.
Unfortunately for them, they don't really have cover to give them that opportunity. The smoke's going to be going down, and it's just a clean sweep from URUS to pick up their second winner chicken dinner. What a gorgeous finish.
I mean, absolutely glorious play. 10 eliminations, 1800 damage. URUS just stepped out with their eyes on the prize, right? I mean, they decided this is our match. We are going to be taking this winner chicken dinner. Come blue zone or elevation, we're going to have it. And they succeeded. They locked it in, and that was such a phenomenal performance coming through from them.
Man, just the timing happening there for Triple Esports. Again, smokes, they're not walls. They're not going to give you the cover you need in those last few moments of fear. But hey, Triple Esports, we were asking for a little bit of consistency, and now they bring in a very close second finish with a great amount of eliminations. This Erangel is at least going to give them that extra boost into the top standings. I don't think it's enough to completely dissuade any other team from taking a podium finish away from them, especially those teams sitting second to about fourth. So it's close, but it's not quite there. But let's go take a look at the highlights.
Oh, some amazing plays coming through on this very last Erangel. I mean, the team stepping up to the plate. URUS taking their first winner chicken dinner in the finals, but also their second chicken dinner in this entire event. So it was such a glorious performance coming through from them, stepping up, claiming that, and I think the momentum, the excitement for the team, just over the moon. But of course, it is time for us to take a look and see what those match rankings are and how many points our teams were able to secure. URUS picking up a very well-deserved 20-point finish.
Oh, love that. Again, a little bit of consistency. We saw Triple Esports bringing in that 41-41, and now we see URUS doing that in a single match, at least with the consistency. So, you know, for us OCD people, this is quite nice to look at. Raad, again, a very good, consistent performance from them. Man, again from Raad, just a wild player. The fact that they picked up, what, 8 eliminations into that single match? Terrifying stuff.
You can say that again and again, and it would be
Again
true
and again and again.
whichever way, right? But yeah, Raad definitely not, disappointing us because they've had such a glorious day too. A very consistent performance coming through from them. But as we look a little bit further down, RUKH also picking up some very strong eliminations. They're sitting on 7. We got the mind weapon picking up 5 along the way. Triple also sitting on 5, but the World of Battle still securing themselves that 4th one. So, I mean, what an absolutely amazing play that has been so far. But let's move on to the second one to see what the situation is as we venture upwards and onwards. And of course, well, here we have it, right? It is going to be that second page with the players from Greedy sitting on 3 eliminations to their name. And I mean, yeah, this is a tough one.
Look, the fact that we've at least had every single team pick up some way, somehow, a point, not grabbing those donuts, it's good. It's not the better performance that we would have wanted to see coming through from the likes, of Titans necessarily, because they're not really going to be adding too much to the tally at the end of the day. But there is something to say for consistency. There's at least a little bit of the competitive spirit. Ultimately, though, Erangel was pretty hot and spicy. Pretty hot and spicy indeed. And I think from that match, from today, of course, overall, we should be seeing a wonderful shift on the overall standings.
Yeah, we definitely would be. And I mean, you were talking about consistency, and I just realized that I consistently read wrong, right? URUS, of course, picking up 2 chickens today and 1 chicken over in league. So that is their 3rd one overall. What a well played game that was. Of course, speaking about that, we need to take a little bit of a look at the overalls to see what the situation is, right? Where the teams find themselves and how much work are they going to have to bring in come
Ooh.
tomorrow. I mean, one thing that we do see that is pretty evident is that RUKH has surpassed the players there from Titan Gaming.
I love it. Already starting off the day, we had RUKH Esports in 3rd place. They've moved up into 2nd, all the way from 112 points into that 157th placement. Of course, Triple Esports did something similar, right? We started off the day with 153 points for Triple Esports, and here they are, just 9 points shy of reaching 200. So it is getting very close. Titans not far off again. If this last game was a little different, they might have been finding themselves still in 2nd place. But again, there's still tomorrow. Looking at GREEDYFORKILLS, great move up from them from 6th to 4th. We got Black Hand. They unfortunately have dropped 1 slot into 5th place, but oh, the biggest one, the best one that I get to say, it is RUKH moving all the way from 13th place at the start of today to top 8.
Yeah, I mean, they
They had
took on that
55
mountain.
points.
Yeah, they took on the mountain and they said, you know what, that's fine. We're just going to show you. I mean, they also started off the day with only 10 eliminations to their name. That was it, right? So they added in 38 eliminations just today. And that is an absolutely phenomenal performance. I mean, this is the kind of approach that we want to see come through from the teams. But let's now take a look at that 2nd page and see what we have cooking over on this side. It is going to be URUS climbing up from 12th place up towards that 9th overall. Great finish, but we then also, as a result of all the jumps, see the CRYPTICS team being moved from 8th down into 10th place.
Yeah, look, it's a bit rough. It's a bit rough out in the CRYPTICS camp. Hopefully tomorrow they can bring in a different energy. But overall, we've had a wonderful set amount of teams getting the triple digits already. Top 11 triple digit territory. So very hot and contentious. Again, we started off the day with only 4 teams with triple digits.
Yes. And now we're down to 11, right? So we're definitely building it up. We're getting higher numbers across the board. So it only means that tomorrow the teams sitting from 12th place further down are going to have to bring a lot to the table if they want to contest and still be in a good, good swing of things with regards to their overall points. But again, day number 2, very satisfying as the teams have just kept the action, kept the pressure as high and, well, as challenging as they could muster it. And that only means one thing, right? Day 3 is going to be off the charts based on the progression we've had coming from day 1 into day 2. Day 3 is just going to take it to a whole different level.
Loving to see it. The fact that we're already seeing all of this ebb and flow coming through from the teams. They are adapting from map to map. They're adapting to a whole different level from day to day. So come back tomorrow for the best finish that we've seen so far in PMPL Africa.
Yeah, well, you heard it right there, of course. Well, there's only one thing left for us to do. We are going to thank you all so much for making it through all the action with us here today. Of course, quite a bit of action, attraction, and so much carnage coming in. But we also have to give a big shout out to our sponsors as well, right? Monster Energy, our official energy drinks partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So much love going out to them. And thank you so much for all your contributions. But on that note, we are going to be ending it here for today. So we look forward to see you all back again tomorrow as we step into our final day of action, our final 6 matches to find out who are going to be our winners, the ones to claim the title for this season of PMPL. Well, we'll see you back again tomorrow. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty. See you later.